This is organized by the Political Science Department here, and it's very generously supported by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I would like now to invite Dr. Colin Duerkop from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung to open our forum this morning.
Very good morning to everyone. It gives me great pleasure of welcoming you to today's forum on behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And for those of you who may be wondering what kind of animal Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is, just let me say we are one of the 6 political foundations which are now existing in Germany. They are close to political parties which are represented in the German Federal Parliament. And Adenauer Foundation is close to the Conservative Party of the present Chancellor Angela Merkel. And we are named after Konrad Adenauer, who happened to be the first Chancellor after the Second World War. So I was very pleased and happy when I was approached by Dr. Kenneth Tan whether or not Adenauer Foundation would be interested to team up again and support the Singapore Politics Forum. And of course, I was very happy. It's already the 4th consecutive year. And especially this year's topic, significance, or in parentheses, insignificance of the political elections in Singapore is of course a topic which is very near to Adenauer Foundation, which after all is also a political foundation. And I think looking at the questions which are put forward here, I think they are very, very blunt, very direct, and almost, I don't know, even perhaps a little bit provocative in the Singapore context. So I think the organizers must really be commended for organizing the policy forum at the public level. I think it is really, we are looking forward to a very exciting morning. And I think the response shows that this forum is really one of the very, very significant and relevant fora in Singapore. I think there are not many of this kind. And taking up, I think also PM Lee's call for a more active engagement in discussing, in diversifying, in trying to shape the political process and the society, civil society in Singapore. So I think let's see what happens now. All of us are very excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. We have 6 speakers this morning. Each will be given 25 minutes to make their presentations. And I think by about 12 o'clock, we should be ready for an open discussion. And we should end by about 1:30 with lunch outside. So that's how the program will run today. So I think let's begin with the first speaker. Incidentally, a record of their responsibilities and achievements can be found in the program booklet, so I won't be reading out any of these things. So let's start with the first speaker, and she is Dr. Gillian Koh, who is Senior Research Fellow of the Institute of Policy Studies. And I think from her topic, she will be trying to dissect government policy making, and in particular, their claim that the election, this is not an election ploy. So Gillian.
Thank you, Kenneth. Good morning, one and all. I'm so glad that I've been given this opportunity to be here and also to be the first speaker. Because what I plan to do is to give you a lay of the land and leave the controversy to the subsequent speakers, all 4 of them, 5 of them. So if you allow me to do that, let me begin. I think, Kenneth, you should sit here and take better control of this. The title of my presentation to you is, "This is not an election ploy." Of course, in the past few weeks, you've had news of the government giving out what you call goodies. Most people call them goodies. Growth dividends, workfare bonuses, CPF top-ups, utilities rebates, and of course, little handouts to our dear NS men. the political leaders are saying, well, this is not an election ploy. But we sense that the elections are around the corner. None of you in the room feel this way. But I think we're here because we suspect many people think nobody cares how you feel about the election. Or rather, put it more academically, the irrelevance of elections in Singapore in understanding what happens here. Well, that's your hypothesis, Kenneth. And let me just try and deal with it. The insignificance of general elections, and try and see the question mark at the end. But this is what people say. Who cares about the elections? On that first point, I'm going to try and deal with the PAP and tell you who really cares about the elections. The question of political legitimacy and what the elections mean for the PAP. Then there are those of you out there who say, well, nothing changes, so who cares? Nothing really changes. At most, we've had 4 seats lost to the PAP in recent history, but that's it. The issue commonly raised then is this is a political system which is supposed to be a democracy, but they question the whole issue of whether there is contestability here. Can you contest for the seats? Is there free play of ideas, free play of interests, so that the market, the political market, the consumers, that's the voters, really get to choose? Well, the third point, the third question or comment we always hear is, well, does it really matter? People think, the voters are saying, well, does it really matter? Or in the minds of the voter, does it really matter whether elections come and go, who wins and who doesn't? So on this point, I'm going to deal with the question of the impact of 40 years of political socialization in a one-party dominant system. That's what it is, PAP, 40 years in Singapore. So on my first point, who cares? Recently, Deputy Prime Minister Wong was quoted as saying, well, people should not look at the budget simply as for elections alone. Well, does the PAP really only want to pull you in 5 minutes before the elections, hand out the goodies, and be done with it? Looking at the policy cycle since 2001, and I have to admit here, I didn't have time enough to go even further back to the previous policy cycle, but this is just something to suggest to you how some people might view it. And I leave you students to go a little further back and do the historical analysis. At the start of the parliamentary session, 2001, remember we had the recession, people were out of jobs, and PAP trumped home on the basis that they were the party that would fight hard for jobs and wages. So you had huge rounds of policy consultation to suggest to everybody that there will be a new rethinking. No stones unturned, sacred cows to be slaughtered. Let's do it in a new way. And you can believe that we're going to go forward and think of new solutions to these old but very important questions. Then, within 2 years, actually within 3/4 of a year, you had the fees and the fare hikes, increases in statutory costs and things like that. So quite early in the policy cycle, the increases in costs are introduced. Of course, then, after 1 year or 2 years, the policy consultation is done, and the government rolls out the new initiatives from that. And other big bang measures to deal with structural issues introduced wage flexibility, restructuring of wages, and Ng Hen, Minister of Manpower, was given a very strict mandate to get that going within a year, or he would lose his performance bonus, if you recall. And then, about 3-4 years into the cycle, PAP starts to sort of clear the decks on the residual issues. The questions of older workers, the disabled, and the aged. And also the other political issues. Thankfully, we had James and his party issue its manifesto early, and the PAP decided to take the bull by the horns and say, yes, let's deal with some of those issues. Race relations, the role of GROs, things like that. Introduction of the upgrading plans, hundreds of millions for various wards, and then, of course, the budget. And we're suspecting the PAP will romp home, right? PM Lee has said that, in fact, PAP is not just about giving out the goodies and planning the policy cycle in a very strategic way. That's all. No. Its approach is not just to give everybody a hong pao, but to achieve our total objective. So this is not the PAP. It's the other way around, right? You don't let policies just run away and then find that you're forced to take a decision and it won't be the most strategic time to do so. Well, what is the total approach? This is an alternative way of viewing things. That really the PAP sees it central and fundamental to its legitimate position as the government that it would deal with the key issues of economic growth. That's jobs and wages. And have they not worked hard on that? The cost of living issues, of course, transportation and education have gone up by a shade. But really, these are also our people reaping the benefits. Costs go up, wages go up, and who gets paid? We do. Healthcare goes up too. So there is, to some extent, an adjustment for inflation, but there's to some extent an adjustment so that everybody can also follow up in the ladder and not be left behind. So dealing with the cost of living issues, restructuring or rethinking the MediSave, Shield Fund, things like that. I'm sure you'll recall that clearly. And of course, then dealing with the key questions of social inclusion. Why? Because we are a meritocratic society, indeed. But meritocracy only holds if everybody believes that they have a fair and equal chance at getting on. So having to deal with the key questions of what are the prospects for the people in the lower social economic groups to move up, to advance, and hence the whole concern about whether we can deal with the question of an underclass developing in Singapore. What you can expect is that the poor will always be with you, but you don't want the poor to replicate themselves so that you have a second generation of poor. And hence, the impetus for the government to really deal with school fees for children of the poor, trying to deal with it that way. Well, then you say, what about the aging population? We are an aging population, and hasn't the PAP, with the recent announcement of the measures by the Committee on Aging, tried to deal with that? The youth, well, they were far more aggressive on issues dealing with youth towards the end of 2001, before they called the last elections. But since then, there have been many consultation programs and issues and other programs to deal with the youth park and giving youth a voice and things like that, which you will also recall being of that generation. The disabled, schemes to deal with the disabled, not just on the accessibility question, because that also coincides with the question of aging population, but really funding and subsidies. Security, I think that the PAP will pride itself that we have thus far, though it would seem inevitable, we've been able to stave off any kind of major security threat. And really then dealing with social cohesion, because if there's a threat, then how will our groups, different groups, hold together? So the PAP is dealing with these issues of political legitimacy, growth, meritocracy, and social inclusion, because that really is a fundamental pillar of Singapore. Dealing with social cohesion, because we are a working multiracial society, it hangs together. And finally, deliberative decision-making, not an aggregative type of decision-making. If you look at Dao, he clearly gives you that concept that there are groups who are asked and included in the decision-making process to deliberate on policy rather than groups aggregated based on their separate interests and each one having a fair proportion of representation in the policy-making process. So, long-term policy goals make good electoral sense, right? Well, and that's why the PAP can say we assume that we have to fight to win every vote. And that's the approach we'll take. So who cares? The PAP cares for each and every voter and takes the elections very seriously. So, Kenneth, I hope that sort of answers the first part of the question. And come May 1st, you will also feel that every voter counts. But you can't help it, right? There are still people out there who think, having voted, that they're not sure if they quite voted, whether the vote really mattered. Well, so they say, well, nothing changes. The elections are really quite insignificant. Let's just go through the motions. Yes, there is that issue that's been brought up by the analysts. We are talking about the concept of an electoral democracy, and fundamental to that in the theoretical model is that you need a competitive multi-party system. So do we have that? We have free, fair, and regular elections. That's one key criteria for a working electoral democracy. Elections for the most powerful positions in decision-making. But some of you will differ. How many seats were contested? How many of us actually voted? In 2001, only about a third of all eligible voters actually finally went to the post and had the chance to ballot. So that is one issue that's brought up. The next one is that, of course, then you need some other freedoms to make this work. Freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of the press. Because fundamentally, you need a marketplace of ideas and a marketplace where different interests can compete with one another. How will they play out without spaces that are safe, or rather that Singapore should be safe for everyone to be able to say his piece and to share his interests, and then finally let the decision makers decide. So that's another area that is constantly being questioned. Do we have those freedoms? And that relates to the fundamental question of whether we have contestability. We have elections, but is there real contest? And Larry Diamond, who is based in Stanford, has written many treatises on political systems, labels, or agrees with the label that Singapore is an electoral, a regime of electoral authoritarianism, where he feels that the regime has actually taken into its control fundamental institutions like the press and other spaces which should allow for that freedom of expression, association, and the flow of ideas and interests. Nothing changes? Well, really, has there been no contest? Let's just look at some figures. Look down the figures for the number of contested seats. Tell me there's no contest. Bear in mind that in 1991, the opposition actually decided to go with a by-election strategy. That means on nomination day, the opposition itself chose not to contest for the whole of Singapore, but allow the PAP to come back as a government. A purposeful, chosen strategy of the opposition. So is there any contest? Answer the question yourself. And even with the contest, you will see that there are some changes, some might argue marginal changes, but changes to the level of total vote that the PAP was able to secure. And I've also reflected there the number of opposition seats held. Of course, the highest that has ever been has been 4 seats held by the opposition. Well, so I think if you say nothing changes, I think you will ask the question of whether we do have the other freedoms to really allow for a contest that makes the procedural part of a democracy, the elections, meaningful, then there are the electoral rules, of course, that structure that game. And what is my final point on this, Kenneth? It's really the role of political imagination. We know for how many years we know what the rules of the game are. Some things change, and you know that those things don't ever change because they'll always change. Electoral boundaries, for instance. Obviously, MM Lee, I'm not. So I'm not going to stand here and tell how the opposition how it should run its strategy, right? But let's just say Singapore is so small, you carve it into 4 parts, and you had 4 opposition parties. They had 5 years to knock on every door and also to try and supply services. At the end of 5 years, will it really matter whether the line is drawn on this side of the fence or on that side of the fence? Whether it's drawn across the fence? Just to pique everybody's interest, Kenneth, and be provocative. But I think we really should take a page out of Dilbert's handbook on management. In the land of unrealistic business assumptions, he says, well, his little friend says, how do we proceed? We need to find some assumptions about future sales so that we can go on in life, isn't it? And make a living? But dang, says Dilbert, there's only one way across and it's blocked by an inebriated hillbilly. So what do? Just throw him off the log, lah. Okay, I know you're saying PAP is not an inebriated hillbilly, okay? But this must be the mindset, right? The use of political imagination and creativity. And I think you see a little bit of that being played out in the past year. But how will it translate to opposition politics? Next lesson. See? Reinforce the same point. I need help making unrealistic assumptions to support a business case for a bad idea. Well, easy. There's a hole in the back of our wardrobe closet that leads to a magical world of preposterous business assumptions. We don't have a wardrobe closet. Assume we do. Come on, get on with it. My third point. Well, to whom does it matter? Does it matter to anybody? The consumers in the political market, the voters, does it really matter to them whether there's contestability, there's change? That sort of so-called airy-fairy questions. Pempo, T.J. Pempo, studying the nature of, doing a comparative study of the nature of many one dominant party systems. Think Japan, Mexico in the past, Sweden, has been able to conceptualize certain characteristics of one dominant party systems. And I just put it in a nutshell. In Singapore, it's 40 years of political socialization. So as consumers, your tastes have been shaped for how many years? 40 years, right? And fundamentally, it cannot be all that wrong. Otherwise, there would have been dissonance. So there must be resonance to be able to sustain it. It is the bread and butter issues, bread, butter, and kaya, but it's still bread and butter, right? Other regimes turn the Maslow hierarchy the other way. In Singapore, we're also conscious about the Maslow hierarchy. That is the issues of human security that come first, then issues of self-actualization that are right at the top. But there are other regimes or other political cultures, think examples in our neighboring countries, where that hierarchy is turned the other way. And issues of self-actualization and political freedoms come first. And they're fundamental. And it doesn't matter if those are not there, we will go on even with hungry stomachs, empty stomachs. So I'm just trying to use some imagination here and say, well, there are those possibilities, and regimes can play it many different ways, right? What are some of the possible sources of change in Singapore in that case? Well, I suppose you have to start with the internal logic of PAP policies. You asked me for an example. The PAP wants you to be pro-family, but they also want you to be pro-work. The PAP wants you to be pro-family, but we also want to be open, cosmopolitan, and we do admit that we need to change. So, as some of the more conservative people out there would say, now we have issues of the girls, gays, and gambling, right? So that's one example, Kenneth. Two examples, actually. Yeah, I think, but you will have no doubt better examples. Now, Ron Inglehart, who has studied has been tracking the issues of political values over many years since the 70s, over many countries, has come up with the concept of the post-materialist values. In a nutshell, those who were born during the war, World War II, and few years subsequent, are concerned with human security. It's job security, economic security, bellies filled, those type of issues, jobs, wages, the economy. But his thesis, tracking, again, this is empirical work, tracking the political values of the subsequent generation. They are still concerned with some basic issues, but they are concerned with other post-materialist issues. They are less tolerant of hierarchy. They are looking for greater tolerance of many different views. They are concerned about post-materialist issues like heritage, like environment, the arts, things like that that are, in Singapore speak, higher up in the Maslow hierarchy. The foreign element, well, we know that quite well, right? The demonstration effect of the changes, political changes that are taking place in regimes around us. And not to mention the foreign element among us, the 1/5 foreigners that sit among us today, right? I can see a few of you here. And I think, again, my hobby horse, we don't know, big question mark, the force of political imagination and the question of political ideals. If you're going to stand firm and you say that I believe Singapore is a place of Asian values, it has to be pro-family and such, and you stay your ground because that's your political ideal, then you will come against another group that might say otherwise. So really, the political ideals question is about the clash of cultural values. The PAP, or some people's view of the PAP is this. That's how they work. They tell you to smile. If everybody can smile, everything will fall in place, everything will work. Remember? Those of you who've lived long enough, only 5 years back, right? There was a smile campaign. Okay. This is a man selling cars in China. He says, my fortune cookie says, you need car without warranty like politician need jobless voter. So at home, if the political constituency at home is concerned more than about jobs, then your fortune cookie will actually say something else, right? So let me end here. Taken all too long, Kenneth. Who cares? The PAP cares, and the PAP cares and fights for each and every vote. So let's be aware of that. They take the elections very seriously. They deal with the long-term issues, but in a short-term way too. So there's a very clear 5-year cycle. Record. The committee dealing with NS men always reviews its policies after 5 years. Right? Other landmarks. The upgrading of estates. You need to spend your money now before it's the next session, and then your money for upgrading is locked up. Same with the national budget. Government needs to decide what surpluses it wants to spend before those surpluses are locked up. Because the next parliament session comes in, those are reserves which you need to go to the president for the key for, right? So the PAP does. Nothing changes. It depends It depends. It has and it can, but really, it depends on whether it matters and to whom. The opposition, I've discussed, the consumers in the political market, the voters, and their political values. So with that, I just thank you for your attention, and I hand the mic back to Kenneth. Thank you.
Now that Jill has given me a good telling off, it's time for the next speaker. And he is James Gomez, who is the second Assistant Secretary General of the Workers' Party. And I think James is going to attempt to empower us by explaining why we have a choice. So James, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's certainly nice to be back at a public forum in NUS. I think my last public forum in NUS was some 15 years ago when I was a student and I was chairing the political seminar with guest speakers from outside the university. And it is also certainly nice 15 years later to try to engage another cohort of academic scholars and also students. When Kenneth invited me to speak on this topic about the significance or insignificance of elections, I thought it'd be a good opportunity to share with you some elements contained within the Workers' Party manifesto that has been published recently that deals with this issue, and it's really primarily targeted to how we as Singaporeans can be empowered in the political process. For us, we have a situation, a parliamentary situation, where the portion of eligible voters has been decreasing over the years. And this is a very important problem, as you would have seen from the slide that Gillian has presented earlier on. The number of contested seats has been reduced over the years, and it's gone down to a very small amount, where Singaporeans as voters increasingly do not have a chance to participate, and therefore reducing the meaning of your citizenship. Our policies are aimed in some small way to try to reduce that imbalance. And in doing so, we are motivated by the following factors. I think all Singaporeans should be empowered equally. That means you must have a feeling during elections that all of you have a chance to participate in the electoral process. You must have a feeling that you have a chance in decision making, and there is competition in office. So our objective is to try to give meaning, to make democracy in Singapore meaningful, and give you, the voters, Singaporean voters, a chance to choose your own government. And that you actually have a real choice between the policy platforms of different political parties. We feel that with competition, it will result in better service for citizens. It also is a very important instrument to make the government of the day sensitive to the voters' needs, the needs of Singaporeans. And you can only do this when the competition is real and you as a voter has a choice. Why will the Workers' Party participate in the general elections? Because if we participate at a constituency near you, you as a Singaporean voter will have a choice. And that is what the Workers' Party will give to you. It gives meaning, and the Workers' Party in doing so also protects the democratic process. So our proposal, we have 7 proposals enumerated here. I'll take you through them one by one. It's our position that the office of the elected president should be abolished. This is to ensure that Parliament remains the center of power, of the choice of people's representation, and that the president's role should be reverted back to the ceremonial one. However, the abolition of the office of the elected president should be done in tandem with reform of the parliamentary electoral process. We want to set up an independent election commission. We want to ensure that the parliamentary election is no longer organized by the Prime Minister's office, but by an independent body, and that it could report either to the reformed office of the President or the Chief Justice to ensure political neutrality. Electoral boundary changes, I think this is something that, many of us have talked about. Many scholars have written about it. As a ballpark, we want to ensure that the changes are at least announced 1 year before a general elections. GRC, I think much of this has been discussed. I want to reiterate that the GRC should be abolished because it dilutes the voter's choice, and elections should be reverted to single seats. Proportional representation. We feel that Singapore should explore a system of proportional representation where political parties get a representation into the national legislature through a certain formula. There are several systems that we could study. So this is our proposal, that we study several systems to ensure what is appropriate for Singapore. Under this system of a reformed parliamentary process, the non-constituency MP would no longer be necessary. We also feel the nominated MP in this reform process will also no longer representative. Our basic philosophy is to change the law through Parliament. You should have the mandate from the people. Overseas voting, I'm sure you have recently heard the numbers that were actually eligible or registered to vote through the various embassies. We should remove those conditions and barriers for Singaporeans overseas to vote, and all Singapore missions overseas should be instructed to facilitate voting. Last but not least, adjustments within the Constitution, that any amendments to the electoral system should be sent to a select committee consisting of members from different political parties, and the right of every citizen to vote during an election should be enshrined in the Constitution. So what it means is you have the right. That means your right cannot be diluted with other conditions that prevent you from voting. So when Kenneth invited me to speak and give the perspective of an alternative party in Singapore, I decided, apart from just sharing some of these proposals, especially to highlight to you those proposals that deal directly with the issue of elections and empowering citizens to participate. I'll also give a little window into how we are actually operationalizing our participation in the elections. In 1991, after the Workers' Party established a seat in the Hougang constituency, the Hougang Community Constituency Committee was set up. It is the longest running Workers' Party grassroots organization. And since 2001, when a series of new colleagues joined the Workers' Party, we have decided to use the instrument of the area committee. The constitution of the Workers' Party, bearing in mind it was enacted in 1957, uses different terms called branches, party branches. We decided, given the current political context, that the term area committee will allow us that flexibility and also wide scope. The first one is the Northern Area Committee. It started with my colleague Po Lee Guan, who contested the Nisun East constituency, and he had actually used that since the 2001 election as a base to try to grow the groundwork. So from that single constituency, it then expanded to the neighboring single constituency as well as the extended Sembawang JRC. So that is run as a Northern Area Committee. My colleagues from the Northern Area Committee have appointed me as advisor. I don't know what advice I give them, but I've certainly walked the ground with them and seen some of the activities they have done there. The next committee also set up following the 2001 general election. As I mentioned earlier, our first grassroots organization since 1991 was Hougang constituency, and following the unsuccessful bid at the 2001 elections at Al Junaid, we continued to work the ground from 2001 in Al Junaid, and then we expanded it further to include Pasir Ris and Tampines. And this forms another block. I'm the vice chair of this, and I'm very active in this area committee. We also have opened up another front in the recent years. This, to some extent, also is linked to, if you have been following the news, to our inter-party negotiations in terms of what are the areas we'll be interested in looking at. So following also from our work in the last couple of years and discussions with other parties, opened up also another front which we call the Eastern Area Committee. So this just gives you a breadth, a scope of groundwork that the Workers' Party is involved in, and how, in some sense, proposals contained within the manifesto with regards to electoral reform can pen down in operational terms. Some broad objectives of the area committees largely is because the Workers' Party doesn't have an instrument to reach out to the ground. So we need to develop an instrument, and these are some of the objectives, but specifically, we want to have a meticulous and consistent contact with the voters on the ground. And we use a variety of mechanisms. Again, because we have a sitting MP at Hougang and having activities since 1991, the program there is very, very mature and very well unpacked. The committees that have been set up since 2001 are growing in terms of staff strength and activities. We do house visits. That is going door to door We also go to what we call nodal points within the estate where we have access to citizens. This is in terms of just giving out outreach materials. We also have targeted publication sales within the selected constituencies. Although our targeted publication sales, which is also a source of income, is not limited to these area committee outreach areas, but is island-wide. And then we have a reverse mechanism where when we make contact with voters on the ground, should they want further engagement, then we have an open house system that is held every Monday, the party, so we have an extended contact. These are some photos of work, maybe the light and also the quality of picture, but just on your top left, one of my colleagues, Sylvia, she's doing a house visit. National Day, we give out flags. Usually it's done through our youth wing. On the bottom left, on your left, is interacting with the elderly citizens in Aokang. And on the right, my colleague, Dr. Po, who is doing his groundwork in the Northern Aryan Committee. Another mechanism that we are using in the party, and here we are specifically talking about elections, reaching out to the voters, is the youth wing. The youth wing's mandate is largely to look at issues concerning young people and also doing a social outreach program, but one of its cross-cutting themes is also to assist in voter outreach. So in a cross-cutting manner, they also assist and provide manpower to the various area committees. So that is one of the things, and again you can see the youth wing members being quite active here. We also use the area committees to conduct communication surveys. We've done two kinds. One is a more quantitative one, just to get an idea of what is the awareness level of the Workers' Party. We were quite pleased to note it is in the high 90s, but that's the recognition of the party level. I think where work needs to be done is really the recognition of the Workers' Party's policy position. So this is where the manifesto and highlighting some of our policy position has been important as a way of sharpening people's awareness of the Workers' Party, not just as a political party, but its stand on certain policy positions, some of which I highlight here, like the casino issue, the electoral system, those 7 items that I've listed out, as well as our stand on the HDB ethnic quota. We also believe in training and preparing our candidates and election workers. So we had a couple of months back in-house all members election training seminar held in a local hotel. These were some of the themes that were covered during the elections. We have not stopped there. We have dovetailed a little further to provide specific training sessions for speaking at rallies, preparing speeches for rallies, as well as capacity or learning points in terms of how to deal and negotiate and manage the media. As I stated in the beginning, in spite of the constraints, the Workers' Party is determined to participate in the next general election, where the areas that we have highlighted, and we will eventually go based on the final announcement of the boundaries, candidates, resources, manpower, and where we can contest, we hope we will be able to give Singaporeans some meaning. At this stage, we are not in a position to give all Singaporeans that choice and meaning, but it's the long-term aim of the Workers' Party to achieve that. I thank you very kindly for your attention.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Vishwas Sadasivan, and he is the chairman of the Right Angle Group. His talk is entitled The Media's Role in Political Elections, role spelled R-O-L-L. When we were talking about the title of his talk, we were a bit concerned that the word role might be misconstrued as a kind of typographical error. Well, it is not. So can I ask Vishwa to come and tell us why it is not?
This is way too early for me, seriously. I don't know why you organize such heavy-duty discussions at this hour. It should be in the afternoon and with some scotch provided. Right? Water. You know, we in Singapore are used to good alternatives. Well, one thing in common, they're both transparent. Scotch and water. The media today, not just here, but in many places, I think they have a role, R-O-L-L, every time there's an election, right? Especially in Singapore, where the media is terribly starved for newsworthy sort of information to talk about. I mean, how often can you expect a tsunami or a maverick runaway CEO like T2 Durai to come about? But frankly, I think the media having a role, R-O-L-L, in elections is okay. They need to survive. But I don't see why taking that role in the elections is not, it needs to be inconsistent with playing the role, R-O-L-E, that it ought to. I think the media can continue to play, despite all the constraints that you may face in Singapore, the media can continue to play that value-adding role, R-O-L-E, during elections. Having been in the media for over 20 years and in news and current affairs in the then Singapore Broadcasting Corporation, by the way, I must proudly claim that I've had nothing to do with broadcasting since I left. That's tautological, huh? But it works in the media in Singapore. I have nothing to do with the media today. Because the media today, as in broadcasting, as in news and current affairs, I feel can do with a lot more of imagination and, more importantly, guts. Basically what I'm saying is, if I were the media, I would use, or media, if I've got influence in the media, I would use the elections as a splendid opportunity to have that role, R-O-L-L, by increasing the ratings, by engaging an exciting and increasingly sophisticated, hungry and discerning audience, by precisely playing that important value-adding role, R-O-L-E. The problem, I feel, is if this is where the OB markers and rules and regulations are, and there are rules and regulations, I think today the media editors are operating here. There is so much of room to maneuver. So it doesn't have to be suicidal. I'm not suggesting that the media professionals in Singapore should aim to be dead heroes. But come on, there's a lot more room, there's a lot more. I mean, look at some of the arguments and points that we've heard so far, and that we are likely to hear subsequently. I don't think we need to all the time look over our shoulders and wonder who is watching us. I'm sure amongst you there would be some people who are recording this illegally, these proceedings illegally, and who are in the employ of the government. But the fact that I can say it immunizes me, I believe naively, from detention. Now, it is my considered view that the environment today is opening up. Indeed, it is. Compared to, say, even 10 years ago. Yes, there is the occasional setback or the pullback on opening up the space for media in Singapore, but by and large, it has been steadily getting better. What this means is the media needs to play less safe. Look, if you're a journalist and if you don't have knuckles that are bruised or backsides that are bruised, you're not worthy of calling yourself a journalist. Okay? No, seriously, I mean, when you join the profession, when you become a professional, a journalist, you've got to be prepared for this. The aim is not to make your million before the age of 29, unless you're absolutely stupid. You don't join the media for that. There must be a higher calling. I don't know why people join the media today, join the broadcast journalism or journalism today. I met many of them. And I must say, I'm very disappointed with some of them, quite a few of them in fact, because I don't think they really understand or know why they've joined it, why they've joined the media. It's just another job. What's even more disappointing is I feel that the media does not have enough strong leadership. People who are willing to take a stand. People who are willing to push the envelope. I'm not saying that you should be stupid. You should just go, take arms against a sea of troubles and oppose the PAP. No, I'm not saying that. I don't think you need to. As I said, there's so much more room for maneuver. I think we are just being overly cautious because it's just a job for many people. Unlike my good friend Balji here, who, by the way, this is P.N. Balji, the former editor-in-chief of Today. Give him a big hand, please. I say this, and not because you're here, I say this with all sincerity. I think Today is a very readable paper. It comes up with commentaries that are intelligent and intelligible. I think it is important to use every election to allow the government, other stakeholders, and the media to define and refine the role of the media. Every election should be used for that purpose. But this can only happen if the media chooses to use the election to engage the government. And I believe it can be done. It used to be done a lot more. For example, the time when I was in broadcasting for 12 years, I can tell you, the leadership in the media then used to engage the PAP government, and it was Lee Kuan Yew who was then the Prime Minister. I can tell you, it was a lot more challenging to engage him. But he was willing to be engaged. Of course, most of the time he lost. But that doesn't mean that you should stop. There were times when we did get our message across, and there were changes. So I think the day when the media stops trying, and I think we have actually gone past that date, and that started. It is very, very depressing to be a citizen of this country, not just a member of the media. I'm increasingly persuaded the political leadership, including Minister Mentor Lee, sees value in easing up on operating rules and guidelines for the media. Incidentally, even as early as the 1980s, late 1980s, I saw this change among some enlightened members of the PAP. I remember when I was doing a documentary on the separation of Malaysia and Singapore in 1989, I had the occasion of interviewing the late Rajaratnam. And it was the first time I interviewed him. And after the interview, when he was a senior research fellow at ICES, I had the occasion of sitting down and chatting with him for some time. And this was interesting because I asked him his thoughts. I asked him his thoughts about media since he was a journalist at one point, how he felt. And he explained to me why he felt that in the early years, it was necessary. some measure of control was necessary because we were in our infancy and so on. But he did lament that at that point in time, in the late 80s, we were a lot more mature, and he said there was a need to raise, for the media to raise and question issues and policies and to stimulate critical thinking amongst his people, because only then would we be able to build a more resilient people, greater resilience in our people. And this resilience is important if we want to become a nation. This was in the late 80s. He was not alone. I know that there were other members of the PAP who felt that way as well. The other thing that the other reason why I feel that the PAP is actually ready and open to the media opening up, or the media becoming a lot more free to express itself, is because of its whole concept of being pragmatic. If you read the late Michael Leifer's book on Singapore's foreign policy, he clearly states that Singapore doesn't have a foreign policy. No, it's a fact. Singapore doesn't have a stated foreign policy. Singapore's foreign policy is predicated on pragmatism. Okay. Now, if you are pragmatic, then you would realize that you need to move with the times. And the PAP, in particular, I must say, that Lee Kuan Yew is very, very aware of the need to change with times. Now, he understands, and the PAP understands, that there's a need to gain greater acceptance in the global community today. And in order to do that, we need to demonstrate that, notwithstanding the occasional departures from it, we do subscribe to the general conventions of the free world. I think you can see that there's a greater impetus for this, and you're seeing increasing evidence of this. The second reason why I think the PAP leadership is ready for negotiations with the media on opening up the space is because, as M.M. Lee himself at once articulated, information management is increasingly challenged by the multifaceted and porous media that we have today, media environment that we have today. It's futile to seek to control or manage the internet, which is increasingly becoming a euphemism for MM, which is mafia media, which is underground. Look, if you want to counter some of the misinformation that could creep into, that has crept into the internet, then you need a credible media above the ground. I mean, so it does make sense for the government to make sure that in the wake of alternative media, that the media that is mass is credible and seen to be credible, so that in times of crisis, it will be looked upon not just as an appendage of the government, but it will be seen as having a voice of its own. It makes a lot of sense, and I think we need to move in that direction. And the PAP is not stupid. They're aware of this. And I think this is the time where the media needs to engage the PAP as the government. And the PAP, let's face it, is going to remain the government for another 2,300 years. It's going to outlive Singapore. Right? I don't think, and I'm not advocating that the media becomes adversarial or plays the role of fourth estate. Its leadership needs to become more adept in advocacy and persuasion. And this is where I feel that we're lacking. We don't have enough people at the helm of the media in Singapore who have the professional prowess, imagination, and most importantly, moral courage to engage the leadership. You know something from my own experience in engaging in a few times when I had to engage members of the political leadership as a member of media? If they don't respect you, they don't listen to you. But if they respect you, it doesn't necessarily mean they like you. But you don't join the media, you don't become a journalist to be liked. I'm afraid too many of us join the media industry today to be liked. I do believe that there are members of the media and political leadership who are showing clear signs clear enough signs of desiring this outcome. I'm aware, even as I speak, that there are engagements that are going on off the cause between members of the media, enlightened, morally courageous members of the media, as well as people in the political leadership who want to see change on this front. There are 3 specific recommendations that I'd like to make for the media during elections. First thing is, I'd like to see a lot more critical commentaries. Again, I say, I don't think this is impossible. We used to have a lot more critical commentaries in the 80s. We used to have a lot more. What's happened? I remember when I was a producer in broadcasting in SBC then, we used to produce Friday Background, Feedback. We used to come up with stories that challenged these things. I remember there was a time close to the elections when my team in Feedback, we wanted to do a whole program on why the opposition doesn't have enough latitude. We were rejected. We were not given the permission. Mind you, we were then a stat board. We weren't even a corporation. We were a stat board. But we pushed it. Pushed it. And finally, we managed to air it. It was a 1-hour program. We aired it with lengthy interviews with the then Member of Parliament, Opposition Member of Parliament, J.B. Jeyaretnam. And there were a lot of questions asked after that. But what happened was, we managed to do it. We got scolded, we got whacked, we got whatever. But the point is, we're still standing here. You see, I think we need to push the boundaries. I don't think the government is totally unreasonable. I mean, totally unreasonable. Okay? The media can afford to play a lot more the role of an ombudsman, a lot more of the role of being a neutral arbiter, chairing some of these forums, having a lot more of these forums, discussions, commentaries in particular. I mean, let's ask ourselves, how much of commentaries, how much of information have we had about the Workers' Party manifesto? Apart from the 4 time bombs. No, seriously. I think the media has a role to play in coming up with their own viewpoints, with their own ideas, well thought through and articulated. And not allow their articles and their viewpoints and commentaries to be defined wholly by the government. For example, the Workers' Party manifesto. There are so many issues. If you read the manifesto, there are so many issues that you can agree or disagree with. But let there be discussion of it. But let not the discussion be prompted purely by a reaction or a response by 2 ministers, in particular, from, towards the Workers' Party manifesto. The whole discussion centered on this. There was so much more. This is what I mean by there needs to be a lot more of critical commentary. There's a lot more space, and we need to see that. The media needs to do this a lot more, and not just during the 9 days or 11 days of hustings, but starting now. The second thing I'd like to see is better and fairer coverage of the opposition activities. Better doesn't mean volume. Fairer most certainly doesn't mean volume. A simple example. Please, I'm sure the media can take better photographs.
Yes.
You don't need to be so blunt and obvious about showing pictures of the opposition members of parliament, like James, as bicycle thieves. No, seriously. We all know, if you have taken photographs, if you take a low-angle shot in a dimly lit room, you can make the best-looking person, like me, look terrible. It's terrible, okay? And I don't know whether it's accidental or you send your least qualified photographers for these assignments. But some of these pictures, they are terrible. But I hope it's accidental. But somehow I don't believe it is totally accidental. These are things that needs to change. Fair. I think Singaporeans demand, whether you've got 5 O-levels or not, there's a certain sense of what is right and wrong, what is fair and unfair. And I think it's incumbent on the media to be able to demonstrate that. The final and the third point I'd like to highlight as a recommendation is, I think there's need for us to have a lot more of forums, debates between contesting parties in an election. There is a lot more room for that in the print media, in the broadcast media. I remember in 1988 when I was in charge of the election coverage in SBC. For the first time and the only time, my colleagues and I pushed for Scotch gone.
See what Scotch does to you.
Okay, sorry. I'm sure that's the ISD. I mean, if Bush can blame Al Qaeda for the tsunami, okay. You know, in 1988, we pushed so hard and finally managed to organize a debate between the PAP and the opposition. And I know this well because I pushed for it personally, and we actually aired it and I produced it. The late Professor K.S. Sandhu, who was then director of ISEAS, Institute of Southeast Asia Studies, was the chairperson. I remember Mr. Goh Chok Tong, Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, they were representing the PAP, J.B. Jeyaretnam, Chiam See Tong, consolidated representatives of the opposition. They were given equal amount of time, equal duration, and they spoke their views. And why can't we have that today? What's stopping us? I'm not saying that it was the most sizzling of programs, but it allowed for a platform for people to air their views legitimately and equal duration. I think there is room for this. What is required is a little bit more imagination. And don't go on a scramble today, like today, just because somebody says you've got a time bomb, and then you run around and try and find evidence for the time bomb. I feel that there's a lot more room for integrity in the media and ingenuity. In conclusion, I'd like to highlight this. I think the media can and ought to play a more significant role, ROLE, in elections. It can without actually losing its head. It can, and it won't become a dead hero. It should, because Singaporeans expect it. I've not ended. But if despite all this, there's a severe, serious temptation for the media to roll in the sack with the government, if it's so difficult to resist that temptation, then do it with a bit more dignity and with a bit more discretion. Because it is not only the media standing that will be called to question, but it'll also be the partner that you're rolling in the sack with who's going to end up being embarrassed. Because I believe that the PAP government is self-respecting. And if you consider them self-respecting, then if you do have to roll in the sack with them, do it with discretion. But more than anything else, I feel the media should be motivated to push the envelope because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwa. Chandra Mohan is our next speaker, and as advocate and solicitor with Tan, Raja and Chia, and as a former nominated member of parliament, he is well placed to give us the constitutional and legal perspectives on the general elections in Singapore.
Well, dear Singapore citizens and residents in Singapore, me being a lawyer, constitution, the legal perspectives, etc., it would be slightly milder and colder compared to, grand speeches like what Vishwa has presented to you all. So law is a bit more accurate, if I could say so. And it is all in the Constitution, and this is the mother of all legislation, so to speak, the Constitution. And it is something that is written, so it is very difficult for me to make changes to it unless I'm in Parliament and my party is in Parliament. So I shall just venture to suggest that to give you an overview of the legislation on politics in Singapore and the changes that's taken place from the 50s to the current position. The constitutional and legal framework for political elections in Singapore, they're actually all available to political parties and independent candidates who are interested in getting involved in general elections and to learn to share that power amongst our citizenry. And it must be taken seriously. And I think citizens do take politics seriously, although sometimes they are resigned to the fact that, like Vishwa has said, PAP will be in power, perhaps not for another 1,000 years, but certainly during my lifetime. And my children, by the way, my daughter is somewhere here. She's assessing me and reporting back to my son back home, and probably our grandchildren too. And if you want to make a difference, it's for us to initiate the process. And some people have already initiated the opposition. And we must give credit to the opposition members. They dare to make that change. Most of us are, frankly, if at all, armchair critics. And most people in Singapore currently would like to see the PAP in power. They are a good government. They run the country very well. They have very intelligent people. They sapu all of them into their party before the opposition gets a chance. And the guys who are sapued more or less go in willingly too. Not because they are bad people. I think they believe in that cause that they can do and make a difference compared to a guy like me who is a part-time semi-politician and then got involved as an MP. But to me, politics is important. I get involved in NGO work. So all of us, we have a role to play. But if you want to play a role in politics, I'm afraid the only way is to get into one of the political parties. If it's not PAP, Workers' Party, etc. We have a lot of political parties. I think it's about 20 over political parties. Some are dormant. Others are active, some are not so brave. And the best brains are grabbed, so it is important for the opposition to have enough honey for the bees to zoom in on the opposition parties and not the proposition. And it's not easy, because all the institutions of government, semi-government, etc., are in many ways subtly controlled by the PAP. Wittingly or unwittingly, they get absorbed into it. So it is a very difficult task. And there's always a fear factor. Whatever you might say, people are fearful. Whatever the constitutional provisions are, whatever the fundamental liberties, and there is always that fear. But having said that, I think one must be brave enough. I'll give you an example of myself. I've been very involved in law society matters. I was the president of the law society. I've been involved in nominated member of parliament work. I've been involved in round table. By the way, that has been dissolved, not by the government, but on a voluntary basis to make a statement to the people, although people don't hear about it because press has very little coverage of such things. Maybe they should. But, you know, I've done a lot of things. I've criticized and I've praised the government. I've given interviews in a small way myself, but not once in my life has the ISD contacted me. Not once in my life has the political parties contacted me or PAP and say, Chandramohan, please be careful. Never. So I think it is perceived fear is an excuse by the citizenry not to get involved, and you always want your neighbor to get involved. And you watch and have fun. So be less cowardly, be brave enough. At worst, you get detained. And I remember my late wife. My wife passed away 5 years ago, unfortunately. And she told me, you know, Chandramohan, I think you over the phone, you better speak in Malayalam, you know. That's my language. I come from Kerala. I'm a quitter from Kerala, you know. I came here when I was 7 years of age. And she said, speak in Malayalam, you know. So I said, what makes you think the ISD officers, there are no Malayalis there? In fact, I think there are a lot, you know. They are political animals, you know. We are sort of leftists, communists, etc., but in an ideal form. So I think there need not be fear. And she also told me maybe 1 year away from, you know, the house, it might be a good thing. She thought I should be, you know, away for 1 year. And I told her likewise, you know. The other fearful factor, politically and constitutionally and legally, is one of defamation. Sometimes it's more scary than being detained, because you lose your house, you lose your money, etc., etc. Most of the time, you might lose the case. But take it from me as a lawyer, the defamation laws in England, in Singapore, etc., America, Australia, no different. And don't prejudge the judges of Singapore. Actually, it is always, in my view, and the political leaders should take note of this, there must be more tolerance towards defamation. And during hustings, during elections and all, have some thick skin put on and be brave about it, get whacked and rebut. And I think that is important, so that the message is sent by the political leaders that you can defame me during elections, but be prepared to be rebutted, but not to be brought to court. So perhaps the defamation laws in Singapore ought to be modified a little, at least for a period of 2 more elections, and see how citizenry becomes a little braver. And once you're braver, get back to the old law, so that by then the motion is started, is chugging, you know. And then there will be a bit more active opposition in Singapore. The big mistake was Barisan Socialists when they left Parliament in the 60s. I think that started the downfall of opposition, and it's taken you know, a very, very long time to try and make amends. And I think at the end of the day, if you look at Philippines in the 80s, the people power, Corazon Aquino, President Ferdinand Marcos being overthrown, who was so powerful, at the end of the day, the power lies with the people. And if the people are united and wanting to make changes, not to overthrow the PAP or anything, but to make the change in having concrete, good opposition and good politics in Singapore, the citizenry can make the change, and the burden is on all of us, starting this morning. Now, how do you increase interest in politics? Perhaps I suggested a few years ago when I went to Raffles Girls' School to give a talk on politics for the young ladies. And I say, start a junior parliament. I think they have something like that in France. Perhaps you could get the ball rolling. The juniors could do something about it. Oldies like me, perhaps not, but those in between, perhaps yes. But start a junior parliament and have 1 week in parliament. They should be given the right to be in parliament, debate issues like NMPs and all, debate issues, and the senior parliamentarians, including cabinet ministers, must reply. And take them on, and vice versa. And perhaps that would create some sort of interest in parliamentary work. And that should apply not just to secondary schools, but I believe especially in tertiary institutions, junior college, polytechnics, etc. Perhaps that's one way of doing it, because the way that is being guided at the moment, there seems to be little progress, with due respect to the opposition. Somehow there's little progress because the PAP is too powerful. Speaker's Corner. I mean, when I was in Round Table, we tried and we thought there's some hope in Speaker's Corner, but it's more a silent corner actually. You hardly see anything there. Once in a while I walk there. Anniversary I go there. Once or twice I talk. BBC comes, and I ask some NGOs to turn up. unfortunately, most NGOs have failed miserably, and it's a disappointment. Again, I think we citizens are to be blamed. We talk, we want others to do, but no one dares to talk. It's quite sad actually. I think an important forum is the internet. I think internet, there is politics going on in the internet. The internet world is exciting, but again, the power lies with elections, parliament. Internet is for talking, for debating, for again being armchair critics. So it is not the forum, but it is a very useful forum. Now we have in Singapore the constitutional and legal framework for democratic elections. Parliament is supreme, the constitution is supreme. The broad approach to law is this. The Constitution of the Republic of Singapore came into force on 9th of August 1965, the day our country became a sovereign republic. It is the supreme law of Singapore, and that is provided for in Article 4 of our Constitution of Singapore. The government of Singapore consists of the President and the Cabinet, the Executive. The President, he is the head of state and is elected by the citizens of Singapore. Lately has been given more powers and not just a ceremonial role. Opposition may argue, and I think James has, it's a viewpoint that it must be, the power must lie with Parliament and not necessarily the President, and the President should just take on a ceremonial role. It's debatable, we can talk about it. There is a Presidential Elections Committee, and the Executive, the Cabinet, I think we have something like, 19 Cabinet Ministers, they run the country. Singapore will be going to the polls for political general elections in 2006, and we have been debating this since 2005, which day, and all of us spend and waste a lot of time talking because one man hasn't quite, maybe has decided but hasn't told us. So why should one human being control when the election should be? So that should be reviewed. Why should one person decide that it is sometime this period, that period, and why should one person who is in the ruling party decide what is good for the country? Very simple rules you can have. I'm a naive person, but idealistic. Just have it every 5 years, must have elections, and must be done within 3 months of that. And if at all there must be a reason for not having it, there must be special reasons, and there must be a special committee to decide whether those special reasons are special enough. So that it's fair to all, and it's not the ruling party that must decide, it must be a group that must decide what's good for Singapore. And what's good for Singapore may not necessarily mean that it's good for the ruling party. So I think it's fairer. If you want to talk about fairness, and in life, in law, basically law is what is fair and just. Anything that is not fair and just, that pricks your conscience, you know it is wrong. So if you know that it is wrong and it doesn't prick your conscience, then you have to question your conscience. Not all of us will be voting. Some of us have not voted in our lives. In fact, I remember a friend of mine in Shell Company. He's about 6 years old. He's about to retire. And he told me, gentlemen, I have not voted, in Singapore, but I voted in England. I said, oh, are you a citizen of UK? No. So I voted in England because I was working there, and I was allowed to vote by the British government in municipal elections. I said, at least I got a chance to vote in my lifetime. I come back to Singapore, I can't vote because no opposition. So it's a sad state of affairs if a citizen is not allowed to vote, and the Constitution provides for it. We have a beautiful Constitution. Our Constitution is a combination of Constitution of India, America, Singapore, incorporated. So it's a beautiful Constitution, and there's constant amendments too. So we update. There's a lot of legislative changes because our Constitution is sacrosanct, but in this word sacrosanct is modified to adapt to local conditions. So we keep up with the times. But unfortunately, it's sad actually when a person says, I have not voted. And it's sad because we are all to be blamed because we don't put any opposition members in all these wards. Although if I were in the opposition, these elections, I would not actually go for all the constituencies. I'll just go for 3 or 4 and tell the world, don't worry, PAP will come in. but so will opposition. So you have the best of both worlds. That's one way of looking at it. Concentrate on a few and make sure you fight hard for that, and that's where you can get into opposition. But that's just my view. We can discuss that too. Political elections in Singapore are, relatively speaking, compared to many other democratic countries, very predictable since Singapore became independent in 1965. PAP will always win and will govern Singapore for a long, long time to come. Even if the opposition wins, it will be very few opposition members, 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. GRC, perhaps 1. What is less predictable will be the percentage of votes cast in favor of PAP. Goh Chok Tong's, when he was Prime Minister, he got 75%. So Lee Hsien Loong will have a tough time to try and attain 75%. It's not easy. So if he can attain, in my view, 65 to 70%, he has done commendably well. So it's a difficult task. So that it will be the challenge for Singaporeans, I think, to face up when the elections come next month, I think. Huh? The legislative power of Singapore is vested in the legislature, which consists of the president and parliament. And in the parliament composition, we have members of parliament, we have non-constituency MPs and NMPs. NMPs, that animal is always questioned. I've been questioned by many of my friends asking me, why do I go into it? I believe that if you have an institution in Singapore, make full use of it and no use bitching about it. You know, NMP was introduced by then Deputy Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong, I think in 1989 or so, because it found that in Africa, they wanted ladies to come into parliament, but male chauvinists somehow never elected women MPs. So they got them as equivalent of NMPs, and they came in and they did yeoman service. The next elections, women came into power. So I think you women should try and be NMPs, prove yourselves, and I think at the moment we have something like 10 lady members of parliament. Maybe we should increase that, because I think ladies are very hardworking compared to men, generally speaking. And I think their focus, although they can be very cold at it, their focus. The unicameral Parliament of Singapore is the legislature of Singapore, with the president as its head. It currently consists of 94 members of parliament. Parliament is supreme to all other government institutions and may change or repeal with a majority vote any legislation passed by previous parliaments. So parliament is powerful in itself. The maximum term of any one parliament is 5 years, after which a parliamentary election must be held within 3 months of the dissolution of parliament. The old parliament that you all know was housed at the old Parliament House, which is now a playhouse something. And the sad thing, whenever I pass by, whenever I go to the Supreme Court, I see Parliament in front, there is an elephant. Thank God it's a black elephant and not a white elephant. I think it was given by the king of Siam or something. And it shall remain Parliament. Huh? It's a bit of black power there too. No? And they have, it's been there from 59 through 1999. Then came the new complex. Parliament moved into a new building, converted the colonial three-building complex. The history here, just to give some of those who are younger and older and who are foreigners, and some of us who hardly read politics throughout our lives. Until 1965, Parliament was known as the Legislative Assembly, established under the 1955 Constitution. This was Singapore's first democratically elected legislature, replacing the colonial Legislative Council. Following elections held under the revised Constitution in 1959, which provided for full self-government, the PAP, the People's Action Party, gained a majority of seats, and its leader then, Lee Kuan Yew, became the first Prime Minister. Before that, we had Chief Minister like David Marshall, etc. The role of the Assembly remained the way, unchanged, until Singapore became a state of Malaysia in 1963. And we were in Malaysia for 63 to 65, very short-lived, and then we became independent Singapore in 65. And the composition of Parliament, there are altogether 99 members, of which 84 are elected by the people, and we can have up to 6 appointed non-constituency members of Parliament, and a maximum today of 9 nominated members of parliament. The 84 MPs are elected on a first-past-the-post basis and represent either single-member constituencies or electoral divisions or group representation constituencies, which we call GRCs. The party which forms a majority of seats will have its leader as a prime minister, who will then select MPs to form his cabinet. The President of Singapore is popularly elected since 1993 instead of being elected by Parliament. Out of the current 84 elected members of Parliament, 10 are ladies, and in the last general election in 2001, the incumbent People's Action Party won 82 out of the 84 seats. Singapore is unique in many ways. Very often it wins most, and if you, or for citizens who are fairer, when they hear one guy won, one opposition or two, they will celebrate even on board SIA plane, I'm told. So it shows how much people want to see some opposition in Parliament, and I think in my view, it's healthy to have opposition in all walks of life, including Parliament. You have opposition at home, with your spouse, with your children. You have opposition at the office. You have opposition in your clubs, etc. The world goes on. Nothing goes wrong, actually. So I think having opposition in Parliament won't destroy Parliament. It won't destroy PAP. And if PAP is so fearful of that, they need to buck up, I think, and be braver. Now, the lawmaking process, just to give you an understanding, as you know, there are different bills being presented by the relevant ministers, and it goes through first reading, second reading, third reading, and then the assent by the president, then it becomes law, and that's part of the legal process that goes on in Parliament. I'm just going fast on this. You have also all these bills before it becomes law and assent is given by the president. There is what is a body called Presidential Council for Minority Rights to protect the Malays and Indians and Eurasians and others, etc. And because we have 77% Chinese or so. So this is a device that is brought in to make sure that pieces of legislation does not discriminate against races. And very often pieces of legislation don't discriminate, but what's more important is the people must not discriminate. So you can have pieces of legislation, but what is important is the Indians and Malays must not discriminate against the Chinese, and vice versa. So in reality, that must take place, and that will take some time. I think it's happening, but at times we do have complaints. Now, the full text of the Constitution of Singapore, it is a supreme law, and it is not easy to amend any country's constitution. But in Singapore, because the majority and 2/3 you have in Singapore Parliament, the PAP, so it is easier to amend. But to be fair to the authorities, to the government, I think it's only amended when it's really essential. Although the opposition and some citizens may complain that there's too many amendments and there's a lot of maneuvering to suit their conditions, but there's room for debate too. I've talked about the president now is elected, and that also you find there's no opposition. The last guy who tried to, unfortunately, things didn't turn out very well. This is where I think it is quite sad, but again, people who stand, I think they're being put under the microscope to such an extent that it becomes a bit embarrassing. So I think it's the whole attitude that needs to be changed, and perhaps our government could be a bit more kind when people do stand. It's a sign that someone is willing to stand up to try. And it's good for President Nathan too, because then you'll know how popular he is. Although he seems to be a popular man, people's president, etc. But the true test is in the percentage. Even like general elections, when you have elections, there's no opposition. Maybe you should still have elections and see how popular that man is or that woman is. And if he's the only one standing and only 51% votes for him, then it's room for him to reconsider. He must ask, why is it that he is getting only 51%? So I think these are areas where we can still have elections, give the people a sense of pride in electing and also voting for or against, notwithstanding the fact that there's only one member standing in that particular ward. Cabinet, I think you all are familiar. We have got 19 cabinet ministers, and I think the chairman doesn't want me to talk about cabinet because I have quite a few things to say, but I will skip that. And the opposition, I think the climate, I think we have discussed. I think that's an area where everyone wants to discuss before the elections. But I think what's important is to realize that the opposition, I think they do good work. Like Vishwa has suggested, you have the manifesto, a few things comes out, and the emphasis is on just those topics. I think the press has an important role to play. The democratic process in the parliamentary election, I think the mass media has a very important role to play, especially when there's little opposition. It's their actually national duty to do so. And in my view, they have not quite succeeded. And like Vishwa suggests, I think they could be braver. And Vishwa, having been in the media before, I think he knows best. And I think people in the media, we can have a good discussion on this, because I think it is their role to disseminate as much information as possible and give a lot of leeway to not just the proposition, but also the opposition members. And hopefully those who are standing as independent candidates to independent candidates too. And I think we must have more coverage of this and quality commentaries. And I would certainly suggest to having more debates where the proposition and opposition should be invited. And I would suggest NUS dons, especially political lecturers, because they are knowledgeable about these things, they should come forward. And if you think there's a policy in the NUS that sort of prevents it, let me know, because I'm in NUS Council. I can do something about it, and I think we should do something about it. Let's be a bit more enlightened society, braver, and really make that change within the next few years. I will end here because I had a bit more to talk before the chairman tells me to please sit down. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Chandra Mohan. I'm sorry to cut you in your prime. It's just that we have a lot to discuss, take up some of the points that you've made. Incidentally, I'm also a Singapore citizen who voted 2 or 3 times in various UK elections before I finally got to vote here 4 or 5 years ago. So I think it's not an uncommon situation. Anyway, our next speaker is Dr. Gay Min, and she is a nominated member of Parliament as well as the President of the Nature Society Singapore, and she will provoke us to think about whether or not we have the government that we want.
Thank you, Kenneth. Well, I mean, we've heard a lot of solid stuff, and so being number 5, is it? Is in this menu degustation is going to be a bit of a challenge. I think you can take me as the sherbet. I clear the palate before the next good stuff comes along. A lot of stuff has been said already, but perhaps I should say I'm not representing Nature Society, or I'm not speaking for other NMPs. I will be speaking for myself, which I think is what is important. All of us should be representing ourselves. And so, as a member of the electorate, well, since everyone has their election stories, I might as well tell mine, which is that I'm not 25, not 35, I'm not 45, I'm 55, and I have never voted. I thought I had voted. I was saying to my husband, I remember voting, but I don't remember who I voted for and nothing else about it. It was rather unmemorable. And then we thought back, and then he remembered, he has a better long-term memory than me, that it was the presidential election. So that is the only voting I've done. I haven't been in England long enough to vote. So, what is the significance of elections? Well, I'm going to try and base my talk around 3 questions. And I'm not going to give you set answers. It's really to set you thinking and hopefully ask back questions later at the panel discussion. First question I want to pose is how significant are these elections significant? Secondly, do we have the government we want? Which is the title of my talk. And thirdly, is political choice important? For those of you who believe in multiple choice questions and want to have a quick answer and then turn off, I might as well tell you that my answer to all these three, if I'm put in an MCQ scenario, is yes. Yes to I think the elections are significant. Yes to we have a government we want. And an even stronger yes, an even more affirmative yes for I think it's important to have political choice. Well, if you feel that there are certain contradictions in this, then perhaps you will give me your further attention while I qualify these statements. So, why do I think elections in Singapore are important? Well, Julian has said a lot of it already, and so have the other speakers. So I hope I can be quite quick here. Well, as has been pointed out, there are three players in the elections. There is the electorate, but there's also the opposition, and there's the ruling party. And as we have heard, and I think a lot of us feel, elections for the electorate are not the most exciting thing. Of course, if the press takes up this suggestion, they might turn out more exciting. But frankly, it has been quite boring for the electorate. Well, maybe you could see it as an opportunity to bet on when the elections are going to be, how many opposition candidates are going to be put on this time. All these peripheral, superficial issues, which the press, I'm sorry to say, do spend a lot of time on. But the actual substance, what is the Workers' Party manifesto? What are alternative views? You really don't get much of that. I was complaining to Viswa when he brought up this point that it was very hard for me, and I was also mentioning to James, to get a proper read of the Workers' Party manifesto, because what the press reported was the ministers' take on the Workers' Party manifesto. So it's not something that you can get from the media. So, all right, for the electorate, the elections may not seem that important because, let's face it, you do not get to choose the government at an election, even if you have a chance to vote. For the opposition, we have heard, and I won't reiterate, the elections definitely are important. They have put a lot of work into it. They have had the courage to stand, and I wish them well. I won't go into greater detail since I'm not a member of the opposition. But I'm forced to conclude that the elections for these three parties that I've outlined, the elections are most important for the ruling party, the PAP, which is a version of what Gillian had said. But why? I mean, why are they so important for the PAP? After all, these guys know they're going to win. And even though it's an opportunity for another celebration, another party, in addition to the New Year's Eve party and the National Day party, well, you know, I mean, it's a foregone conclusion. It can't be that exciting. Well, I think my take on this is that it's very important for the PAP because the PAP likes to take the moral high ground, and they like to have, whether they know it's a foregone conclusion, the mandate, the legitimacy of an election is very important to them. I also think, and of course this is, I'm wearing my PAP hat, but clearly it's, I'm just speculating. I think the other reason why it's so important to the PAP is that they are very, very, very competitive. They are highly competitive, and while this may sound paradoxical, there's not much competition in elections with due respect to the opposition, but it is still an opportunity for the PAP to be competitive. They always find an opportunity. So how is it an opportunity for them to be competitive? Well, they compete against their former performance, their previous performances. And as has been pointed out, Goldchop talked about 75%, so present PM has to do even better. They are clearly trying hard to do even better. They can also compete amongst each other, which they do. You can see how competitive they are. It's quite scary close up. And well, I mean, what can you expect from a bunch of people whose favorite game is golf? I'm told, and I'm not a golfer, that the essence of golf is you're competing against yourself. It's not, and the emphasis is clearly not on teamwork. So, but I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I think it's a very good thing, because the PAP is trying hard all the time to surpass their own performance, to bring in even better people, to be even more competitive. You've heard Gillian give the more chim explanation for all this. But so does this make the elections, to getting back to my question, does this make the elections significant for us? I mean, we are not the PAP. Well, I think it does, because the fact that we have the elections, or this is what I think, the fact that we have elections, even though it's a foregone conclusion, does make the PAP not just perform better, but listen better to everyone. Whether you just see the elections as an opportunity to get more goodies, you know, to ask for more, or you see it as an opportunity to further other agendas, of course this is up to the electorate. But I do believe that if you do not really have, the elections are not an opportunity to choose the government you want. Actually, it is certainly an opportunity, maybe not to shape or even mold the government, but at least to do a bit of fine-tuning, fiddling around, refining, and influence the government to be a little more the sort of government we want. So I shall move on to my next query then, which is, do we have the government we want? Has the system of elections where you don't actually choose a government but you can fine-tune it, has it given us the government we want? Actually, at this point, perhaps I might as well take the opportunity to take an informal poll. Can those of you who think that we have, by and large, you know, with a yes and no answer, let's take a referendum. Do you think we have the government we want? Those who think yes, put up your hands. Well, interesting. Less than half the hall. I suppose you're not a very representative audience, otherwise you wouldn't be at this talk. But as I said, I would say yes. Right. Yeah, that is an interesting point, because I was thinking of calling my talk that. But I felt it was, and I know there is a saying that every country has the government it deserves, but I think, you know, my take is that if that's true, we are pretty lucky. And there are a lot of countries who have atrocious governments, and I've been to those countries. I know those people. I don't think they deserve those bad governments. I also thought of calling my talk, do we have the government we need rather than the government we want? But that sounded just too passive and apathetic. So I'm sticking to, do we have the government we want? And yes, you can disagree with me at panel discussion, but I myself would say by and large, yes. And I think the government has been, at least recently, working very hard to refine themselves, if not to remake themselves, to become the government we want. So, Lena, you shouldn't be so ungrateful. In the past, I think their agenda was more not to give us the government we wanted, but to give us the government we needed. Because if you listen to if you dig up some of the old speeches, government was not afraid to be unpopular. In fact, it seemed almost at one time that it was a point of honor to be unpopular. We introduce these unpopular issues because they're good for you. But I have not heard that. I have not heard that line for a long time. Now it's more, we are trying hard to be the government we want. We are being as consultative as we can. Now, speaking as an NGO person, I would say that government has definitely made a genuine effort along these lines. It's not just party politics, it's not just rhetoric, political rhetoric. They really have made an effort to be consultative. Here, maybe I better say, in every area except the political arena. But I have noticed the difference as an NGO with an agenda. Oh, by the way, Conrad, if you feel deprived because you've never been visited by ISD, maybe you should run for president of Nature Society. Not I myself, but a former president was visited by ISD over an issue on golf courses. Or at least we think that's what it was. But that was the situation before, you see. You make a presentation to government. I mean, nature lovers, whom I think our friend Balji there described once as salad munching greenies. Was it you, Balji? No grudges held. Now, where was I? Yeah, if we had an agenda, we would present it in what we thought was a persuasive way to government, usually writing into the ministry or an MP. And the answer was almost invariably no. As you know, greenies are not really political, but land use is a hot political topic, still is. So we would then resort, among other things, to collecting signatures, have a petition. And we had some pretty good petitions. There was Sunoco that culled 25,000 signatures, and I think the Pierce, the proposed golf course in Upper Pierce, which attracted ISD attention, which we had 20,000 signatures objecting to it. One was successful, or at least they didn't have the golf course. So we don't know whether it was successful or not, but anyway. We had the results we wanted, and the other one was not successful, Sunoco, which had more signatures. But essentially, no one really knew what went on in the black box of government, whether it was successful despite the petition or because of it, and the other way around. But things are a lot better now. With Chit Jawa, we did feel that the government was listening, not just to the narrow interest group, not just the greenies, not just the salad munching greenies, but to the general population. And they did make a U-turn. They did do a 180-degree turnaround, which cost them billions of dollars. I mean, give them credit for that. But having said all this, it is definitely easier to, in fact, it's the only way to talk quietly to them rather than be contentious, to try to be as uncontroversial as possible, talk behind the scenes. In fact, one of the journalists was just saying to me that Nature Society seems very quiet now. We're not quiet, we're just working behind the scenes. But part of it is, that is the way to get your agenda through with the government here. And if you're really interested in an agenda, whether it's nature conservation or other environmental issues or anything, you know, it is very helpful to have such an efficient infrastructure that already exists with the government, and rather than have to start from scratch and implement everything through, to try and just convince them and free ride on them, as it were. Okay, but despite this temptation, I would say that I think it is very important, getting to my third point, it is very important to have political choices. The government has worked very hard to be the government that everyone wants, even though you people don't think so. They haven't given us a choice, but they choose amongst themselves as well. I mean, they have been getting a diversity of people within the government. Unfortunately, no matter how diverse, I think Chandra mentioned this, they don't just fish for talent, they trawl for talent, and they try and make sure they get every fish in there. I don't know why all of us are here. Clearly we don't qualify for one reason or another. However, there is this rather depressing effects, metamorphosis, you could say, that no matter how diverse the views are of these people whom they get into the government, into the PAP, I'm sorry, they undergo this transformation and into Homo PAPensis. So, I do think, therefore, that it is important for us to have political choice. You have heard from all the other speakers why it's important. I don't want to reiterate what they said, but maybe I should say it in my own words. Which is from, I suppose, a biologist, a medical point of view. I'm sure you are all familiar with the theory of natural selection, whether you believe in it or not. But I think that without diversity, and choice equates diversity, you will not have sustainability in the long term. So it's a case of not just political survival, but national survival for us to have as much diversity as possible. I mean, of course, the contrary argument is we have this tremendous quality, government is doing so well. Is it better to have quality without choice, or is it better to have choice without quality? I mean, look at some of the duds that two-party systems in other countries have chosen. Either side is not really very compelling. Well, I think in the long term, in the short term, we have been very fortunate. 3 PMs who have been really outstanding in their different ways. So I don't know about the government we deserve, but they have been good. I think a lot of countries would have been very happy to have them. But in the long term, I really worry for Singapore if we don't have choice, because a lack of choice implies a lack of diversity. And what I find most worrying is, have we or will we be losing our ability to choose? And Gillian, I must disagree with you here. I do not think that consumer choice and political choice can be equated. We have masses of consumer choice. We can choose what shoe, handbag, house, or whatever it is we want, car. But in fact, maybe we're consoling ourselves that way for the lack of political choice. But we have to develop our ability to exercise political choice before we lose it. So perhaps with this, I should end well ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Our final speaker is Kirpal Singh, who is Professor of Literature and Creative Thinking at the Singapore Management University. I think so far, for the most part, we've been talking about alternatives within the electoral system. Kirpal, I believe, will be exploring some alternatives to the electoral system. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Morning, everyone. It's most blessed to be coming at the end of the panel, because so much has already been said. And in fact, a lot of what I was going to say has all been sort of said in some ways, directly or indirectly. So let me begin by saying that in some ways today we mourn the loss of Mr. Rajaratnam. But in mourning his loss, we also perhaps celebrate what he gave us. And I want to cite two of the statements that he gave us, because they were very, very critical as I was growing up in Singapore, both pre-independent and post-independent Singapore, meaning pre-65 and post-65. I remember very clearly waking up one morning and reading a statement in the Straits Times by Rajaratnam saying, "Where are Singapore's dreamers?" I think it's very, very important that we remember that, even as we try to celebrate his passing with a lot of state pomp and ceremony. I think it's important, but it's also important to remind ourselves about some of the key things that he sort of wanted to guide us in. Maybe one way of answering this question about Singapore politics and the significance or insignificance of this political elections is to ask the government to actually create not just a think tank, but a dreamer's space, where people can dream and they are even rewarded and paid for dreaming. Since Singaporeans tend to be generally only doing things if there is a very visible and tangible, sort of reward, why not create salaries for dreamers, The more you dream, the more money you get, huh? I think it's important. We do need dreamers, and we do need people to be recognized for their dreaming. I think that's very, very important. I mean, in conjunction with this, Mr. Rajaratnam also was the one who defined for us, or at least made one attempt to define for us, the ugly Singaporean. And those of us in the audience would recall that his definition of the ugly Singaporean was a person who knew the price of everything and the value of nothing. I mean, it was in its context seen as being pretty damning for the majority of Singaporeans, and maybe one way of gauging whether all these years of political processing in Singapore has meant anything significant is to ask ourselves, have we moved in a very fundamental way nearer to the position where we actually now appreciate and do know the value of a lot of things? I don't know what the answers are going to be, but I open this as questions for us to talk about and discuss. I'm reminded of a poem, and I brought the poem, since I'm a writer as well. I brought a poem written by a great American and celebrated by many other great Americans, both Afro-American, black, non-black, white, everybody. This is a poem called Dream Deferred. And I want to read it aloud, also in the context of what Gaimin, for example, just said, that in the longer term, there could be a very major problem for us in Singapore, even if the short term seems to be quite adequately treated and handled by the current state of affairs. It was similar to what happened in America in the 50s and 60s concerning the racial situation. And this poem was in some ways inspired by the idea of the black ghettos and everything. With Mr. Rajaratnam's idea of asking where are Singaporeans, Singaporean dreamers, I think this might be some contextually relevant. So the poem is called Dream Deferred by Langston Hughes. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load. Or does it explode? I think whatever dreams we have in Singapore, I think this is a very pertinent question. There can be many alternatives. Some of these alternatives would not be very appetizing, certainly in the metaphors of the poem. But what worries me is the last line. What worried Martin Luther King, for example, in his great I Have a Dream speech and all these things, what worried Kennedy and others, was precisely the fact, if you defer that dream, will one day come when the whole thing explodes. And I think this is part of the worry that we have in Singapore in terms of more and more skeptical and cynical views about political elections in Singapore, because one day there could conceivably be that explosion which we are very nervous about or worried about. So I don't know. I mean, you know, there have been some very, very wonderful ideas put across. May I just suggest a couple of things that might be interesting? We know that at least in one country, and forgive me for this, I want to move a little bit away, and maybe, you know, since Gillian did put a bait, and I don't know whether I'm being a sucker here, she said that she's just going to lay the, you know, the lay of the land and leave the controversy to others. So she spoke first, I'm speaking last, so maybe we should have a little bit of controversy, I mean, at least some discussion. I come from SMU, and you know, SMU was the first sort of officially blessed Singaporean institution that in some ways has been sort of given the go-ahead to be 95% sort of, you know, going the American way rather than the old British kind of way. I don't know, I was cheekily thinking, you know, maybe 40 over years of the British model of democratic elections and all of that in Singapore don't seem to be sort of like totally significant perhaps. I mean, you know, that's why we're having this forum. I don't know, maybe we should you know, try the American way. Would that help? I'm not sure. I mean, that's an alternative, right? An alternative model. I'm not sure whether it will help, but it's worth thinking about, I think. I also agree with Chandra, and I was going to talk about this as well, that maybe just to make the, you know, at least the general elections exciting, yeah, let everybody stand for election and let's see how many people actually turn up. In other words, it's kind of popularity vote, but, you know, going against the grain. I mean, people will say this is a crazy idea, you know, I mean, there's no competition and yet you want to vote. Why not? Because the guy could be in on a very minority vote, right? And then that means the silent majority is actually signaling something else. If only 25% turn up to vote me, and I get elected because there's no opposition candidate, does that mean I'm in parliament or out of parliament? I know Chandra spoke because you're a lawyer and I'm not, so I immediately confess my naivety about these things. But I mean, if, for example, your view was taken and a single person stood for elections, right, and only 48% voted for him in that constituency, does legally he constitute a member of parliament or not? Because he doesn't have this thing, but the votes indicate that he didn't even get the majority, you know. So I'm not sure. I mean, these are issues that are very, very exciting. It's a crazy idea, but why not? The world is full of crazy ideas, and many of these crazy ideas are actually running us today, ruling us today. I think it's very, very important. One of these ideas that I want to put forward is, you know, the big case about Microsoft in America. All right, they took Microsoft to court, and I think some of the legal, you know, implications, consequences, and sort of, you know, scenarios are still working themselves out with this big case. I mean, in my simplistic understanding of it, Microsoft was taken to court because of unfair practice or something, because of being too much of a monopoly, you know. So I don't know whether the PAP should, in some ways, you know, be sort of taken to court, as it were, in quotation marks, because they monopolize Parliament, you know, and this is, you know, in the long term, and if we use the professional medical opinion of gay men, then I think we are on very good grounds here, that for the longer term survival and positive evolution of a Singaporean mature political state, it is imperative that the PAP invite more diversity within the Parliament, and therefore the PAP should perhaps be taken to task by the Ombudsman that, you know, what have you done to make the conditions such that competitors can actually enter a level playing field? I mean, we talk about this privately, you know, in canteens and sort of clubhouses and all that, and occasionally in public, but I think there's a lot more scope for discussion about these things. Very, very important. I do not know to what extent the whole idea of the elections itself can be given an alternative. I mean, in the sense that, you know, there can always be an alternative. I was thinking to myself, if the election was not sort of like real, as in people actually going to vote and things like that. I mean, I suppose the internet elections, the idea of the internet general election has already been talked and discussed about. But would it be possible, for example, I sometimes worry that a lot of us in Singapore are so afraid that we don't want to be seen to be doing certain things. I once wrote an article in Today, in the newspaper Today, on the, you know, the sort of tyranny of the anonymous complaint. The tyranny of the anonymous complaint. Meaning that in Singapore, we like to complain, but we like to be anonymous. You know what I mean? And I always tell my students, you know, at NUS when I was here, my colleagues, some of them were not very happy in those strange years. Same in NTU and now in SMU. But I always encourage my students in feedback to write their names. I say, take ownership of what you say about me or about any other lecturer. The reason that you don't take ownership is you're worried, because if you say, hey, Kapal is a great guy, you put a name, you know, James Sim, wow, you know, he seems good. But if you say Kapal is an idiot, and you don't put your name because you're afraid that if you put your name, I might make enemies. I think it's a mark or the hallmark of a mature society to entertain both of them from a fairly rational, objective point of view. I think when a citizenry and when a citizen becomes courageous enough to actually say, I'm going to take ownership of this statement, I think that's when things happen. But thinking crazily, since we do sort of happen to value anonymity in a lot of our areas of life, why don't have anonymous elections, you know? And let the anonymous voice come forward. I mean, through the intellect, through the internet, it's already been done in some ways. If you look at all the blogging that's going on, if you look at all the chat rooms and everything, a lot of people sort of think that they are safe behind that screen, and so say a lot of things which they wouldn't say perhaps on this platform here today. That's one possibility. I think it is very, very important, and I was just asking James over here, for example, and he couldn't give me a very definite answer on this, and maybe during the panel we can have a definite answer on this. How often and in what capacities are members of opposition parties in Singapore who are not in parliament invited to state functions? To me, this is an important question, because I think it also represents hospitality. It represents a certain sense of security on the part of the ruling powers. You know, if I'm very secure in my position, then I have not a problem inviting people who oppose me. All right? I'm told, for example, in some of the neighboring countries, when they have open houses, everybody's invited, right? Because it's an open house by definition. And I think once it was Dr. Mahathir who was joking that in his open house, even people like Karpal Singh, you know, the great opposition guy, I mean, he turns up and, you know, partakes of the festivities, as it were. I don't know whether we don't have that tradition in Singapore, right? I mean, our ministers don't have like open houses during their birthdays or anything like that. But I'm just wondering what kind of scenarios are possible. But most seriously, because because I think it's important to signal acceptance. I think it'd be useful to know whether at all state functions, at least the leaders of the registered political parties in Singapore are at least invited to come and participate in those ceremonies. I also think that leaders of sort of political parties in Singapore should be paid salaries by the government. I think this question has been actually asked of the PAP, and I think the government. I think we must make, by the way, a distinction between the PAP and the government. I'm talking about the government here, right? Not the PAP. I think sometimes in a situation where the one party is so strong, it's very easy to sort of equate the two. But I think the two should always remain discrete and not be equated. So I think the government should actually do this. And I think the answer by probably one minister, I think, was, why should we? Why should we, encourage competition, at least to the point where we may be booted out? Well, I think there are two questions, and my very, sort of simple way I want to ask, there's a difference, I think, between legitimacy and credibility. And I think in Singapore, we are very often very eager to be like legal, to be legitimate, to make sure that that side of things are always very, very right. But I think as we become more and more global, the fact of credibility is going to become more and more paramount. So we may be doing everything right, but are we seen and accepted, to be doing everything right from a different perspective? I think for reasons of credibility, I think it's important, at least for our both the ruling party now, the PAP, as well as the ruling party, in its capacity as government, to actually, I think, encourage the growth of a good, strong, viable opposition by creating, those conditions and sort of areas of discourse and spaces for debate, discussion, and all of that, in which these people can devote themselves, possibly, I'm not sure full-time, but in some ways. As coming from SMU, for example, and just going around the world, looking at certain things, I'm very impressed by the fact that a lot of foreign universities where we send our top scholars as scholars, actually in their union politics, the student union politics and student politics, many of the student leaders are actually paid. So they take a year off from study, 2 years off from study in one case that I know, and devote themselves almost fully, and they learn the, what Mr. Lee Kuan Yew would call the parry and thrust, of political life. And that's where the leadership grooming takes place. I think our agenda for education was very, very good, when it was spelled out that there are threefold aims. At the primary school, we train our citizens to love Singapore. In the secondary level, we train our students to know Singapore. And at the tertiary level, which included the JCs, or which include the JCs for this purpose in the MOA's document, at the third level, we teach our students to lead Singapore. Now, I'm not sure to what extent JCs and tertiary educational institutions in Singapore actually take that third very articulated agenda point to heart. In other words, to what extent, say, the universities and politics actually say, because we are training students to lead Singapore, we need to discuss these issues that are political material in a much more cogent, coherent, and organized kind of way. My personal response to the little extent of the knowledge that I have of these institutions is that I think that particular articulation is not heeded to the full extent that it could be, and it might be. So then I think is one area where I would suggest that we can do a lot to make our political processes in Singapore a little more credible. I also think that there are two factors, and this is my constant theme as well in terms of the whole idea of change, and some of our speakers have already at least alluded to one of them, and that is fear. Right? I think we need to eliminate fear, and everybody has talked about that. But to eliminate fear also means side by side to encourage and reward trust. I think that's very, very important. There's no point calling for the elimination of the negative without also at the same time reinforcing and rewarding the positive. So how do we encourage a lot more trust and minimize a lot of fear? Many, many different ways. I think one of the ways, apart from giving salaries and make sure that people are rewarded in terms of just ceremonial recognitions, state functions, all of these things, so that the media, for example, can take a photograph and say, of the 20 parties registered in Singapore, 15 leaders were present at the Istana Open House to celebrate Singapore's independence, for example. I think these are very, very important. Now, I'm not sure whether it's done or not. If it's done, it's very good. But if it's not, then I think the sooner we do it, the better. Perceived leaders of the opposition should also be, as I said, given good recognition in terms of payments, but also I think given a greater role in terms of public awareness of what they're doing in important decisions that are made, not just opposition MPs, but even those who somehow didn't get voted in. I think these are very, very important areas. I think that our think tanks, for example, at the moment, in quite a lot of sort of forums, as it were, we talk, and we always say we're perpetually talking to each other, but are we talking away from each other? In other words, are we talking to the large citizenry out there? And I think the answer is usually not. So I think we need to do that. I think it's very, very important because at the moment, NGOs, even NPOs, think tanks and all of that in Singapore, very often are seen to be yet another of these governmental linked sort of organizations which are basically doing the government's bidding. But I think part of the government's bidding should really be to nurture in a very robust kind of way that alternative voice. Because I think Gaimin is absolutely right. I mean, natural selection, evolution, if we don't have this, and I think this is where my own, research into creativity has actually shot this up very, very clearly. Creativity can only take place if you allow for opposition. In other words, the political imagination that we're talking about remains enfeebled, remains weak, because in Lee Kuan Yew's words, it doesn't have the gumption, it doesn't have the robustness to go forward. And the reason for that is because for all these years, we've only rewarded uniformity. We've only rewarded consensus. We've only rewarded conformity. I think this is very, very, crucial. And the sooner we can realize this at all levels, right? I mean, many of you in the audience would know that I've had my runs with authority in all three institutions, right? It's very, very important to recognize this. But what do you do with people who go against the grain? You know, do you spread the fear so powerfully that nobody else ever dares to go against the grain? I think you need to do this. You need to go against the grain to at least establish the credence that is so critical to the evolution of a mature, creative change process. And I think this is absolutely critical. It happens at all levels, at the home, the family, and everywhere else. And I think this is absolutely critical. You know, the maturation process of politics in Singapore is, I'm afraid, taking so long that at least I am very, very nervous. I'm very, very worried. I know recently there's been some talk that the best in Singapore are perhaps being coaxed to come back, or they're being in some ways seduced to come back, or they are in fact just coming back because they're not seen to be the best and greatest in other countries where they've found sort of some kind of foothold. But my worry is that, you know, what the guy says about the flight of the creative class, I think this is very, very important. I mean, Florida's dictum about the flight of the creative class must not apply to Singapore. And I think if our creative artists and all that are already fleeing from Singapore, in some ways then trying to come back because they've established elsewhere, it means the point is that we are not very secure and confident of our own sense of ourselves. And this is why I have to make it in New York on Broadway in order to be recognized as a person that is important. But why do I need to do that? I mean, the guy from Broadway in London doesn't come to Singapore to say, I've got to make it in Singapore so I can be recognized by London and in New York, right? I think this is very, very important. And I think that kind of, you know, deference that we just automatically give to a lot of these other things also in some ways do permeate the political stratosphere, but in a very, very skewed sense. You cannot have political imagination and people who are prepared to articulate their sense of their own politics if there is always this sense of intimidation or inhibition that is encouraged, not just by the ruling government, by the ruling government at home, for example, mummy, daddy, by the ruling people in you know, heads of departments, for example, in universities. When you become head, you can do that. I mean, those kinds of statements are absolutely damning to a society that's trying to mature itself in a political process. If you agree, like Aristotle said, that man is a political animal in every sphere, then at every point, these kinds of negative statements should be taken out and active. The reason why we've got to do it so simplistically and so graphically and so explicitly is the fact that the other thing has been done like this over 40 years, over a 40-year period. And this is why we've got to counter it. In other words, we've got to go out of our way to encourage the opposition in some ways, to nurture the opposition if it needs to be. I think this is very, very fundamental, and it does require a very strong will and very, very confident government. And I think, you know, under PM Lee Hsien Loong's leadership, we have that. I don't think, this is why I put up my hand when we said, do we have the government we want? I put up my hand because I believe we have the government we want. But that doesn't mean that everything about the government that we have, that we want, is in itself right. I mean, nobody does that. For creative change to come, you know what George Bernard Shaw said, right? He said 95% of the world's people are very reasonable human beings. But he said, thank God for the 5% who are unreasonable. It is because of them that we are living the way we are. Because the other 95% would have carried on living happily because the herd mentality. But the 5% said, we're not happy with this bark, you know, digging our clothes. We're not happy to live in caves. We've got to change. We've got to find alternative ways of living, of hunting, of gathering, and all of that. It is because of these unreasonable people who are hounded, persecuted, and threatened by the 95% that we are where we are today. So we can learn from these lessons. We can absolutely practice these lessons ourselves. When my students oppose me, I encourage them and I reward them. Right? I think in terms of participation, because participation now is seen to be quite an important criteria for university evaluations, at least where I come from, I always reward a student who says, Kerpao, I've got a different way of looking at the same thing that you're looking at. And I said, tell me. I think that's very, very important. And I think this cannot be even emphasized strongly enough, because the more we do it, the better it will be. I think at the moment, right, I was asked by Kenneth to talk about, you know, a sense of post-electoral democracy. Well, I don't think it is comforting. And I think, was it Vishwa, I think, right? Vishwa who said, that the self-respecting PAP must feel a sense of embarrassment, you know, every time it wins, and, you know, there's all this gloating that goes on and all that, because after a while you're going to ask, but who are you winning, you know? Who did you beat? I mean, who did you defeat, right? You know, it becomes a real problem. I think this is very, very fundamental. So I think the sooner our general elections, our presidential elections are not seen to be purely rituals, the better it will be for us as a people. The better that we can position ourselves when we are overseas. At the moment, we position ourselves very, very well in terms of economics, perhaps, and in terms of, you know, rankings in terms of corruption and all that. But at least in terms of, do our citizens actually debate and discuss issues of importance in terms of qualitative living? I'm not sure. Just 2 days ago, or was it yesterday? Yesterday, I attended a seminar in which these two professors, and they're both sort of, you know, foreigners in Singapore. Well, one is a visitor, but one is with us. They were examining this question, and they asked this very simple question. And I want to share this with you because I think it's important. All right, so Colin Ash from University of Reading was giving this seminar on the economic correlates with this sort of thing called happiness, right? How do you measure the two? So he gave us a quotation, you know, economists look at how people make choices, and sociologists look at why people don't have choices to make, right? Those kind of questions. And he asked, in terms of sampling questions, and he gave these scenarios. He said students at SMU and students at University of Reading were asked the question, scenario A, you earn 50,000, but more than half of the others earn less than you, all right? Or at least earn less than half than you. In other words, you know, you earn 50,000, but 60% of other people around you all earn less than that, less than 25,000. Scenario B, in absolute terms, you earn 100,000, but more than double, all right, of the people around you earn more than double what you earn. In other words, a lot of people earn 200,000. 58% of the students who responded to this question in Reading said they prefer scenario 2. In other words, they want the general thing to go up. They are not content to just earn 50,000. They want to earn 100,000, and they're not bothered if a lot of people earn more than double what they earn. But the Singaporean students, the sample taken, 73% said no, they want scenario A. In other words, in absolute terms, we are happy that more people are not where we are, rather than a lot of people are more than where we are so that we can go up. I think culturally, that is very worrying. That is very worrying for me. I think it does say something about the way our students are brought up to think. In other words, as long as there are a lot of people around us who are way down, we can take pride that we are very high. But you know, in the land of the blind, even the quarter eye is king or queen, right? So in other words, our level playing field in terms of politics has to be a very mature, a very robust, and a place where people can have, you know, I'm like Vishwa, I was brought up in a generation where I enjoyed having so many independent candidates, for example, at general elections. Nowadays, independent candidates are very few, right? And usually even before they stand, people are saying, don't worry, you might even lose your deposit, all right? I think that idea of deposit should be handled by the government. I mean, let the government, you know, take care of all this loss of deposits and all that. I think it's very, very important. Of course, I mean, would there be a lot of expense, a lot of waste? Sure. Would there be a lot of risks? Yeah, some risks. But I think in the longer term, the end, if the end is to create a very level playing field where fertile, you know, political maturity can take place, I think the money that is spent and a little bit of the risk that is taken is more than worth it. Because, and I want to conclude with this, my final statement here says, you know, at the moment, does democracy work in Singapore? I would say, yeah, superficially it does. But with and in the longer term, and having the longer term in mind, we must go through a very, very heart-searching process to make sure and to know that our public can truly appreciate and sense the kind of realities of today's problematized world. I think the full sense of what it means to be global today is always going to be in hand with a very mature political outlook. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirpal. We're now going to go ahead with the open discussion section. So I'd like to invite our 6 speakers to come up to the front panel here. And whilst they are making their way to the panel and whilst furniture is being moved from the stage, I'd like to maybe explain how we're going to do this. You will have noticed that there are mics at along the two aisles, one at the set at the front and a set at the back. If you have questions or comments, please come forward to the mics. I invite you to do that, and we will take a round of questions each time. So 4 questions at each time. Now, if you have a question, please say who the question is for. That would be quite helpful. Don't limit yourself to just questions. We very much welcome views and arguments that you might have, but if you do have these views and arguments, try and keep them concise so that as many people as possible can participate in our discussion. Either way, please also say who you are and where you're from, because that would be useful and interesting for us also in the responses that we give. All right, so I think we're all ready. Yeah. As soon as you've got a question, would you like to come to one of these mics? And if you have physical difficulties getting up to come to these mics, please just raise your hands and wave frantically, and one of the ushers will come along with a mic to you. So can we have the first question, please?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Very clear.
Yeah. I would like to put a scenario to the panelists generally.
I'm sorry, could you?
My name is Michael Fernandez. I'm a Singaporean. In one of the big neighboring countries, it's an election commission is created by the constitution, which is independent of the parliament or the government of the day. It can only be questioned by the Supreme Court. And the terms and conditions and the survival all spelled out in the constitution, including the boundaries and the election times. The commission decides. What does the panel think of this idea floated here? Thank you.
Is there anyone in particular you'd like to answer this question, or anyone?
Generally.
Generally. All right, can we take a second question?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Ng. I'm from the political science class of 2001. My question is related to the proposal found in the manifesto, Workers' Party manifesto, to abolish the elected presidency. So perhaps Mr. James Gomez could answer, but I'd like to hear views from the panel as well. To me, this proposal doesn't make sense politically, especially coming from an opposition, because in my mind, the elected presidency represents an opportunity, a window of opportunity for the opposition to place a candidate in power. Because to me, it's easier to capture the office of the president than to capture a GRC. I remember in one contest where there's this candidate who says basically, I don't really want this job, vote for the other guy, and he got 45% of the votes. And in the contest for the presidency, all Singaporeans get to vote. There is no boundaries, there's no offer of upgrading of water spots along canals. It is just about issues and the candidate. So opposition only needs to find the right people to pass the initial hurdle, the first hurdle of the eligibility, right? Which I find, in 5 years, I'm sure opposition can find someone rather than to fill 6 people in a GRC. So my question is this: isn't it more prudent to suggest that we should enhance the powers of the president, to augment this office, rather than to suggest that we should abolish it totally?
Okay, these are 2 pretty meaty questions, so maybe we'll deal with them right now. So the first question is Michael Fernandez's question about the Independent Electoral Commission. Second one on abolishing the elected presidency. Can we hear from members of the panel?
I think as far as the Independent Election Commission, the proposal that's being made, certainly I think any kind of elections that you have, general elections in a country, I think it's always prudent, I think it's good to know that independence is at the uppermost in our minds. I think it's very important. Right now, I think it's a lot of civil servants and all. I think we have to distinguish, like Kirpal says, and all of us know, theoretically at least, the PAP is not the same thing as the government really. So I think if that can be put to fruition and it's really effective, then there is no problem. But I think it's also the sense that the PAP is the government is the PAP, all the civil servants, etc., is so closely connected to the ruling party that it's merged into one, and therefore you feel the need for an independent election commission. Although one could argue theoretically in the constitution and the relevant provisions for elections, it is independent, but in reality, whether it is or not, it is a perception that we have as citizens that we always think that it might not be. But I think it's noble, I think it's good, and I think these are the things that it should be encouraged. And I think a magnanimous and generous, powerful ruling party should consider this in future all for the good of the nation. I think it's, yeah.
See, one of the things I'm concerned about when we make these structural changes is that they can be distracting. They need not really solve the problem. In fact, they could exacerbate the problem because it gives a false sense of confidence. You take the Speaker's Corner, for example. The Speaker's Corner is ineffective because, I believe, because you create an opportunity so that the opportunity will not be created. What I mean is, you establish it so that you will not be accused of not having a Speaker's Corner, but you create a Speaker's Corner in a place where the acoustics is so bad that even if you, I don't know whether you've been there, if you stand there, the traffic acoustics is so bad, if you stand there, without the aid of microphone speakers, it's very difficult to be heard, even if you're standing just a few meters in front. So you see what I mean? And the government does not allow for amplification, does not allow you to use amplification. So the problem here is you create, so you cannot accuse the government of not allowing or creating a Speaker's Corner, but you create a Speaker's Corner that is ineffective and therefore will naturally be dead, a stillborn thing. So similarly, you can create, the government can create structurally an electoral commission. But who sits on the electoral commission? Who selects the members of the electoral commission? Now, for me, those questions are more fundamental. How are these members of the various committees that we have selected? How are members of the Council for Minority Rights selected? These are people who are given tremendous responsibility to actually empower other processes in the country. So I don't think the problem will be solved. I think it's ideal if we move towards an independent electoral commission. But I think we need to be careful that we don't believe that just by the mere creation of a council, the problem is going to be solved. I do believe sometimes the problem could be exacerbated because complacency can kick in.
Well, James, before you defend your Workers' Party manifesto, perhaps I could add here, I absolutely agree with Visva, and that it's not what rules you make, but who is actually implementing them that is really very important. And with regards to the question on the elected presidency, I must say, I think Department of Political Science must be doing good stuff if you have people who come up with these creative ideas. I agree with you. Every opportunity you have, you should make use of it. That's why I'm an NMP too. Not, I mean, of course, I feel rather apologetic because I'm not elected in, but then when I look at the other people around me in Parliament, a lot of them are not elected in either. So, I mean, as things stand, I know it's not satisfactory, it's not a position that I support in the long term. If the majority of them are elected in, including the cabinet ministers, I will step down more than happily. but we're filling in the blanks at the moment. And from what you say, I agree with you. But I see as a problem with the elected presidency is that there is a selection panel, correct me if I'm mistaken, who decides, or whatever they call themselves, or whatever they are called, who decides who is eligible or not. And I think that's a problem because that's a very, very small number. And the first thing we should do is to eliminate some of the criteria that you have to have. I mean, good luck to the Workers' Party if they can produce that number. I don't know whether anyone has done a count, but I shouldn't think that there are more than a few hundred people who are actually qualified to run for elected presidency. Or you have to be a CEO of a company that has a turnover, I don't know what, and so on and so forth. It's a formidable hurdle.
Sorry, my small contribution to this is a very strange one, and that is that in many societies, the possible precedent. I mean, one thing's on Havel, for example. They can be writers and all of that. But I think in Singapore, if I understand correctly, in order to be eligible to stand as president, you must have somehow managed quite a few $1 million or something, right? I mean, there is a kind of monetary addition to it.
100 million.
100 million, which, for example, rules out poets and fiction writers and, I mean, this could be, in fact, what Singapore needs, at the very helm, a person with a lot of imagination, but no money, I think this could be a very real change to come, yeah.
Just to talk about the president, let me give you the qualifications this year. A person shall be qualified. I think all of us don't qualify. I doubt if anyone here qualifies, but I may be wrong. He must be a citizen of Singapore, not less than 45 years of age, possess a qualification for MPs, not subject to any disqualification, Article 45, that's to do with bankruptcy, a lot of those things. Satisfies the Presidential Elections Committee, that's the one I think we're talking about, that he's a person of integrity, good character and reputation. I think most of us qualify here. Is not a member of any political party on the date of his nomination for election, so PAP guy can just resign the day before and it's okay. Has for a period of not less than 3 years held the office, I don't know how many of you, minister, no problem, I mean political minister, Chief Justice, once in 15 years, one guy, Speaker, the Speaker in Parliament who speaks very little, Attorney General, hardly, I don't qualify, Chairman of Public Service Commission, sorry, Auditor General, sorry, Accountant General, sorry, PermSec, can try. Because now they produce 2-3 PermSecs in each ministry, so we might get a chance. Chairman or Chief Executive Officer of Statutory Board, in which Article 22 applies, very few. Chairman of the Board of Directors or Chief Executive Officer of a company incorporated, etc. At least $100 million, or its equivalent in foreign currency, still $100 million. In any other similar compliance, so no problem being president.
I think that leaves nothing more for me to add. But since the Workers' Party has objected to the elected presidency from the beginning, because I think it changes the fundamental character of our political system. And when you make a fundamental change in the character of our political system, we felt at that time, and we still do, that such kind of changes should go to the people in a national referendum. But that having said, our position is to try to ensure that Singaporeans, all Singaporeans, find the electoral process meaningful and they can participate. And if you have, let's say, theoretically speaking, a presidential system like that, you also need to supplement it with municipal elections so that you have a national level election if you change it to a purely presidential system. And then you have also municipal elections so that you can elect local legislators who look after municipal issues. So in that regard, I don't think it's feasible at this stage anyway.
I guess I'd just like to add that, Minister Chandra Mohan has stated a catch-all phrase, any other such provision or a similar capacity. So that is where we can make use of, or that provision is where we can make use of. Andrew Kwan was never a CEO of an organization, and yet he could have been eligible. So I'm just toying up ideas, on possibilities where under the existing system, we can make meaningful changes, and perhaps, if we focus our attention on this, at the same time looking at the general elections, there could be possible changes. Yeah. But thank you for the response.
Thank you, Jeffrey Ng and Michael Fernandez. And we have the next question, gentleman in black at the back.
Hi, I'm Eugene from NUS, year 1 student. Actually, my question is directed at Dr. Gideon Koh. You mentioned that some people are actually are concerned with self-actualization, while others are actually concerned with bread and butter issues. But it always seems that we are always in the habit of separating one sphere from the other. My question to you is, however, do you not think that after 40 years of job security and economic security, it is time we stop separating these two spheres and place equal emphasis on both spheres? After all, a hallmark of a mature society is one that recognizes that both are equally important.
Thank you, Eugene. Next question, gentleman in light blue shirt.
Can you hear me? I'm
Very clearly, sir.
Goh Ming Sing. I'm a assistant organizing secretary of Workers' Party. I would want to pose this question to Mr. Chandra, who have suggested that we should have political participation or engagement in our education, right from the secondary to the tertiary, maybe to the university. I remember back in 2001 or 2000, Mr. Goh Chok Tong actually made a statement in this campus that he welcomes any political party, including the opposition, to set up a affiliated political society in NUS. I would, since you're in the council of the NUS, I would want a direct confirmation whether the council actually welcomes such idea, because as far as we concerned, we are very interested in that. If there are students down here who are interested to work with us, to be, don't be fearful. We will be the first one on the firing line, But as far as I know, my colleague, Mr. Yao Shin Leong, has made a proposal to the NUS student liaison with regards to this suggestion by Mr. Goh Chok Tong. But he was persuaded not to go forward because of self-censorship on the campus side. So I would like to pose this question to Mr. Chandras. Would there be a possibility for the campus, the council, to agree to such arrangement? Thank you.
Thank you, Goh Ming Seng. One more question. Gentleman in grey.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just like I apologize. Could I just make a very quick comment before the question?
Before you do, could you say who you are?
Yeah, because with regards to the...
could you say who you are, please?
Sorry, my name is Sean. I'm a year 2 law student from NUS. With regards to the comment made previously by the PS student, I think one of the problems with the EP system in Singapore is that you're not supposed to be officially affiliated with any political party. So I think it's going to be a bit hard for any opposition to try to plant a person of affiliated opposition into government. But my question has got more to do with student parliament and student participation. Qualifier here, I'm not in opposition to the fee hike. But if you look at what happened in, I think particularly in NTU and NUS, was that the administration basically presented us a fiat accompli. And not unlike ex-President Ong Teng Cheong, we found out about the decision in the papers along with everyone else. So the question is this: how is it possible to have student participation when, for example, the very student body is supposed to represent students, the student union, is not given a particular voice, say, or I would suppose any kind of administrative discussion, so to speak?
Thank you very much. 2 questions on student participation. Maybe we'll start with Jill to answer Eugene's question on breaking down this division between self-actualization and bread and butter issues.
Okay. Not for one moment do I make the distinction. When I was talking, I was saying that that's often the distinction that is made. Never. What I was trying to say was that that is the political culture, and that's exactly what the PAP leadership has been saying. There's a Maslow's hierarchy. Now there's so many other ways of viewing society and people. And certainly, don't we all, if we really look within ourselves, try to balance values with the pragmatics of bread and butter, right? There are certain things certain jobs that you would take and certain jobs that you would not take on the basis of the position you hold, on values. On the broader scale, therefore, the challenge is this, that if any political opposition could present a different paradigm of viewing society and present it to the voters, which I just use as a metaphor, your marketplace, right? Your consumer. If you're a political party candidate, you'd see that as your marketplace and consumers. That's to respond to you, Auntie Min. If the opposition can present a different paradigm, then go with it. Certainly, we would do that. Now, more recently, didn't we see in the debate on the IRs, on the integrated resorts, that there are many people who stand up and say, it is not bread and butter. What matters to us are certain values. So in every opinion poll, to our surprise, you had a highly polarized group, right? Stand, where you had those who are pro and those who are against. I'm not saying that those who are pro are just viewing it as a bread and butter issue. It's about jobs, it's about economy. But I'm saying that it's polarized, which suggests to you that there are many things going on there. The material aspect and the values question. And that was picked up in the debates and discussion outside of Parliament and inside too. So I just wanted to clarify, it's not my point, but I'm just saying that that's the paradigm, and the opposition or the alternative, you would have to come up with your other paradigm, a different way of balancing these issues. Okay, so I will just stop there. Maybe jump back in later on the other questions.
I expect others on the panel might have a view on this as well. If anyone would like to say something.
Well, to respond to Gillian, who calls me Auntie Min because I knew her as a cute little girl. She's still a cute little girl. Yes, I think, well, the problem is that the PAP does tend to convert everything into bread and butter issues. You mentioned the IR, Gillian, which a lot of people oppose on principle, but if I remember correctly, in the debate for the IR, it was the PAP put themselves in a strong position by saying that the reason for it was that we needed it to give a boost to our economy and to create jobs. So they have converted it into, they have taken it over and turned it into a bread and butter issue. And this is one of the responses that I myself have constantly found, whatever it is you have on the agenda. So in order to get your agenda through, even if you are not thinking of it in terms of a bread and butter issue, in my case, nature conservation or some environmental issue, you have to convert it, I'm afraid, into dollars and cents. Whether this is desirable or not, I think it's up to you people to decide. But that seems to be the only way to justify what you want to put through.
Which is exactly the point that I raised at the third section of my talk. Right? The PAP is able to do that, maybe because it's had 40 years to convince everybody that that's what's important, but that everybody responds that way. So IPS, the dreamers who do get paid, we are the dreamers, we dreamed up a poll. After the IR debate, we took a poll and we asked people, where did you stand before 18th of April when the PM made his decision? And where did you stand after? And you know what?
there was a swing of at least 15%. I don't remember the exact figure. Now, answer the question, why? Because it's the economy. It will be good for the economy, right? So no politician, no government can do anything without convincing you, without wanting to convince you either, right? It'll be a lot of political cost. So to some extent, they calculated right. They put the whole IR discussion within the bread and butter category and sold it. And there was a swing. There was a response where it used to go down, right down the center. There was a shift towards accepting the proposal. Now, second point, on the bread and butter issues. Now, who can stop you from saying on the bread and butter issue, if you want to argue it that route, who is stopping you from saying, well, even going with the IRs, there is a negative economic benefit or cost. Sit down, work out our figures of who's going to be put out of business, how much property is going to cost less if you have the IR, all the other related things that there will, there's a cannibalization of current activities, etc. So you could also, if you are the opposition, try and come up with some of those figures. And my final point is this. Even sitting there for 3 days, I was there following each and every word you all said. The government can say it's 35,000 jobs. Now, if you want some alternative view, then just question, how did you come up with that figure? Not a single person asked. How did you come up with that figure? As think tankers, we come up with figures, we have to be very rigorous. We sell it to government, they say, really? How come? In Parliament, we say it's 35,000 jobs, and it is fait accompli. Thank you.
Yes, this one.
I think that's precisely the problem that Eugene tried to bring up. What are we have been conditioned as a society, and I think it's expedient for this conditioning to continue. And I think we need to do something about the conditioning, because in the long term, it's not going to be good for this country. I echo Kirpal's concerns. I think we are being very short-sighted in wanting to continue with this conditioning. I remember Lee Kuan Yew saying when, in the 60s, you up the stakes. First you give a man a bicycle, then you give him a car, then you give him a house. You up the stakes. You condition him to be conservative in his judgments. And I think we are continuing with that same conditioning after 40 years. And I think that's the concern that Eugene is highlighting. And that's something we need to grapple with. And if we don't, it'll be to our peril as a nation.
Okay, Gillian.
Since Viswa stated his position, I would like to say that I'm not stating a position. My role here is actually I see it as to say, well, this is the situation. And guess what? You guys decide.
Thank you. There's two other questions on student politics. The first one maybe Chandra Mohan can take, which is the suggestion to have a politically affiliated organization in NUS, and then after that everyone else on the larger question of student participation.
Well, I'm a council member of the National University of Singapore. I'm also the president of the NUSS, National University of Singapore Society, which is a graduate alumni body. Like most people would say, I speak for myself. It's not something that the council has debated on this point. I remember as an undergraduate, from 1972 to 1976, I was then in the then University of Singapore at Bukit Timah campus, and I'm glad to say I'm going back there because I'm going to have the law faculty there and also an alumni body there. In the old days, during my time, we had Tan Wah Piao, Juliet Chin, a lot of protests. We even went beyond jurisdiction. We went to Johor to protest for the underdogs, the squatters' rights. So the government wasn't happy at all. And I think and then there came problem. In the 60s, there were problems, issues about suitability cert. Did you know that if you wanted to go to university to study, you needed a suitability cert, which meant that you are not a communist or something, something along that line, ISD clearance. yeah, or distant relative who's leftist. Actually, I don't know how I qualify because, you know, I come from Kerala. They're all communists and leftists. Must have slipped somewhere along the line, thank God, you know. But the government might say it's not too late, get him now, you know. But actually, you see, those days were turbulent years. But I thought they had. I wasn't very active in student politics and all. I was very much a sportsman and studied a little and passed exams, you know. But those days they had democratic society or something they called it, and a few of those political associations. Whether you can be affiliated to a political party itself, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether that party was affiliated to, and sort of quietly with the PAP, I'm not very sure also. But they had these movements, these organizations and all. But after Wapiao problem, I think they decided to be stricter, and the university, I think, had very, very strict rules. Even the monies that were actually kept in USU, University of Singapore Society, now NUSU, was a treasurer and all, but then it went to the Bursa, which is the administration. So you could see the political shift to be stricter with students' union. Today, if you ask me, if you want to have a political party in Sudan, I'm a very liberal person. For me, no problem. You write into council, I will debate on this, and I might even support it, frankly. But whether other council members would do so, I'm not sure. I'm appointed by the Ministry of Education, by the university, as a graduate society. But I'm all for it. I think it's good to participate from day one, from secondary school, maybe primary a bit too young. But secondary, I think you should start. You should have debates. You should be able to talk, be brave about these things. And then you become, I think, a greater, a more loyal citizen. Certainly, university, we must. I personally feel university is a little quiet. There are a lot of important issues. These should be raised. And I think the government is also being a bit more liberal, and I would like to see that actually coming to fruition, not just in all other aspects of life, but also the political life. As Kirpal, I think, indicated, I think that's one area that I think the government must address. So certainly, write to council, and council will have the burden or pleasure of thinking about it and taking a stance. And I think we should. I think it is a good thing. So it is not like students' union can't participate. I think they can, but to join a political party as it stands, I'm not sure whether it is allowed. Probably not, but one must never stick to old ways if there is, and if the feel is that we should, and other countries do have that also. Not that you must follow them or not follow them. Why not? Let's have an open mind. Let's be very democratic. Since we are a democratic nation, let's start with the students.
Other comments from the panel on student politics in general?
Sorry. Yes, I did even further back than you do. And well, not that I'm active in the university now, but my impression is that we were certainly more political. There was a very active students' union. There was the Socialist Democratic Party. And what I want to emphasize, well, first of all, I do think it's absolutely important that students, especially tertiary institutions, do participate in the political process. But what I want to say is, it should not just be a small group who feel that they are specialized in their area. I think one of the problems now is we tend to be very over-specialized. If you're not an expert, you don't give an opinion. So, you know, it's very brave of me to come up here because I'm not an expert in this area, but I felt I should speak as a non-expert. And this is what I was brought up to think. So what I'm trying to say is, in the university, political participation should not just be within a small society of those who feel strongly about politics. In my time, I didn't feel strongly about it, but we did participate. It was just part of the whole environment. It was something that you breathed in. You might just go and pass out pamphlets on something or other, without really feeling seriously that you were interested in politics or you wanted to make it a career. It was just something that was in the air. And I think this is something in the air that is missing now.
I just want to second that very often we talk about political participation and it's restricted to the very professional area of having to be a political party member or join a sort of the juniors sort of young wing of Workers' Party at NUS, you know. Anything you discuss that is of public interest is in the realm of politics. And as you discuss it among yourselves, that is engaging in that sort of activity. And if you should want to, you could always write in to an MP or the relevant authorities. And that is already participation. Now, the question then is, are you talking about Workers' Party Youth Wing, etc., as an example, at NUS, as a group fighting then to govern the NUS Student Council, right? And then govern student affairs. Yeah, well, then that's yet a different category. So I just wanted to, can I just draw that distinction, okay?
James.
Since I couldn't resist since she mentioned the Workers' Party, I think just go, come join us direct. You know, I mean, if you have a chance and if you get your act together and you have a certain interest ground up at the students level, go ahead. If you can't, come and join us. I think if you're 18 and up, you can be a member. So that would be a good way to participate. But I would agree with Gillian that, you know, politics is not just about political party participation. There's politics with a small p. I think many of the colleagues in the panel are a demonstration of politics with a small p, and I think that should be encouraged also.
Thank you. Thank you to Eugene, Goh Meng Seng, and Sean for those questions. Let's take the next round of questions, beginning with a very patient gentleman in grey, in the back.
Thank you. My name is Yi Jian. I'm a first year undergraduate in political science. I'm a little bit of a theorist, so I'm going to ask a theory-based question. Okay, from my perception, I feel that the gist of the arguments of all the speakers as advice to the government is that the government should let go of the monopoly of power through the institutionalized political opposition fueled by social nonconformity, free speech, media liberalization, participation, democracy, that kind of thing. So I don't think we should kid ourselves. It seems to me that this is a movement towards liberal democracy in Singapore. So I might want to ask you to do something very uncomfortable. If any of, I want to ask any of the panelists whether any of you are advocates or strongly oppose liberal democracy by and large, whether it's long-term for Singapore or long-term for Singapore. Thank you.
Next question, gentleman in beige.
Hello, good morning to the speakers. Good morning to the speakers. I'm Mr. Ismail. I'm not a student yet of this school, but I hope to become June. Anyway, I think we are forgetting where we have started off. We are what we call a city-state. It would be nice to have mature people, freedom of speech, of press, and all that sort. But we must know that we must think short-term first, bread and butter first. Some speakers and people from the audience have been saying, yes, but we have been doing that for the past 40 years or more. But I say that we must do that for 40 more years. Because with the rise of India and China, we are in a riskier position than we were back in the 1960s. Because now we cannot expect mistakes from all our neighbors. They have all wisened up. So should we be more interested in being liberal and democratic, or should our main emphasis still be largely on our bread and our butter? Because that is what we have, and that is all we have in Singapore. So with that, I would like to open this up to more things that these are real issues which we must address. And by having more opposition, undoubtedly it will slow down the whole process of the policies which are made. And that will affect our economic policies, our bottom lines, and it will affect us. As we think long term, we must remember that there might not be a long term if we don't think short term first.
Thank you, Mr. Ismail. Nicely coupled questions. Let's take a third one. This gentleman in white.
Hi, my name is Benjamin. I'm a final year student at NTU Communication Studies. Just one comment to Dr. Gillian Koh, her statement regarding the use of statistics and numbers. I think as someone with fairly limited experience working in the media, I think that a lot of times we tend to be overwhelmed with statistics to the sense that we rarely question assumptions that govern these quantitative figures. Instead of and we often focus more on the quantitative number because it's so easy to get the news out rather than focus on the qualitative aspect behind these numbers. So that's one. The second question that I would actually like to ask would be the fact that recently we conducted, as part of a final year project, we conducted a study concerning how bloggers view political and social discourse in Singapore. And one of the main issues that we found out is that a lot of bloggers responded that the legal ambiguity that governs what is political or not is something that is very much on the mind of many of these people. So I was just actually thinking, in Singapore, what are some of the legal issues that could theoretically arise, whenever political issues are brought to the forefront of the political gaze? So, yeah, perhaps some of the panelists could clarify these issues. Thanks.
Maybe we can take a fourth question.
Hi there. I'm Francis. I'm from Ngee Poly. I'm a media student. So, yeah, Mr. Sadiswan, this is for you. Right. Okay. Well, in my course, news writing, journalism is one of our core modules. And we are not allowed to actually report on political activities or opinion. It's more or less discouraged or banned. And I believe the last time we tried to produce a documentary on the opposition party, I think the ISD knocked on our doors. So just wondering here, with your challenge for us to be more courageous, would it be sensible to devalue our grades just to create that culture of political activity, or should we just pass our exams and be gutless? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. All right, let's do it this way. Let's start with Jill on the use of statistics.
Actually, I thought that would be a good question for Viswa. Statistics. Well, again, it's the socialization. We are used to the government saying many things, but more critically saying, well, these are the facts and figures, right? So that is something that they have taught us to respond to, and that's something that we respond to. So indeed, I think this is the role of all of us, thinking citizens, and the role of the media to say, well, it's important to have those facts and figures, but let us also look through and look at those figures and understand how you came about with those figures. Okay? So I would agree, and I brought that up so that we can all together, it's a cooperative effort to really become more aware and more thinking and more questioning of that. Yeah, so just on the statistics question, I won't go beyond. Yeah.
Maybe if Chandra Mohan might have something to say about the question of legal ambiguity and blogging. You have a
the law on blogging and law on internet, I think there's been some revelation recently. I think it's some areas are still vague, and with the political touch to it, it's become even more vague. I don't think it's been tested in a court of law as such, but my view is that you are allowed to discuss matters. I think as long as it doesn't touch something on racial, religious lines, I think that there is liberalism. I think there is a space for that. In my view, one should not be too fearful. And the government, I don't think, would interfere where there is discussion on such matters. But if it touches on criminal defamation of a defamatory nature, then problem would arise. I think recently the case of blogging where it touched on racial issues, I think the government becomes very sensitive to it. I think those are the OB markers that have been set. We know about it. And you know, under in certain laws, even if it's not the law of the land directly by internal security, does still play a major role when it matters in terms of security. So I think we are mindful of that. If you want to change that, it is more for Parliament to change, and I think it will take a long time, and we have to be realistic about that situation. But having said that, I think there is a lot of freedom. I think political discussions are certainly permitted. I don't see, personally, I don't see a problem. I think it's a matter of you wanting to be brave about it and express it, actually.
Sorry, can I just add a further comment to that? It's not so much regarding the online sphere, but rather the fact that often politics, a lot of due discretion is being given to those in power to decide what constitutes acceptable speech or not. So we have a history of defamatory lawsuits, not just online, but actually offline, especially during political campaigns. So as to what is right to say and what is not right to say, in this case, the close conflation between the legislative, the judicial, and executive makes it very difficult for citizens to actually express their views when it comes to the offline realm. So this is something that I think, this is what I meant when I talk about legal ambiguity, not so much online, but rather offline as to what can be said and what cannot be said.
I think as far as defamation laws are concerned, actually they are, it is there, it is clear. Although when I say it's clear, it is actually expressed. And there is separation of powers theoretically in Singapore. I mean, very often you might say that anything to do with defamation, you sue the PAP guy, you will end up with damages being awarded in favor of the PAP. But let me tell you also, even PAP candidates or persons have also been sued by the opposition, and opposition have won actually. But there might not have been that much publicity on that perhaps. But there is. Very rare, yes, it is rare, but it has happened. But what is important is if you want to express certain views, you must be prudent and wise about it. If you do say something that's defamatory, then the victim, so to speak, is entitled to sue. That's the law. Just like if you are defamed by someone, you would want to have some sort of legal remedy. So it works both ways. But like I said earlier in my presentation, perhaps during elections, the rules on defamation could be modified, and one could be more generous about expressing views because it is off the cuff, it is on stage, it is not like it is all expressed in writing. So it is the tolerance level of our politicians, both proposition and opposition. So I think it's again our culture. If you look at what's going on in England, America, every day the Prime Minister or the President, there's a lot of defamatory remarks, but very few legal suits in court.
James.
Yes. Yes. Just following on from the defamation, I think if we look at recent examples from the region, the case of Kem Sokha from Cambodia, where Hun Sen pursued criminal defamation, the case of NGO rep for an organization called Media for Popular Democracy in Thailand, situation in Malaysia. Around the region, There's awareness that defamation laws are being used to curtail not only the free speech rights and activity possibilities of politicians from political parties across the board, as well as NGO. So it may be of interest for you to know that even as we speak, there are some regional activities being planned to discuss the impact of defamation laws in the region, and Singapore is being looked at one of the possible case studies because of the history of defamation law usage here. While I'm at the mic, maybe I could also just briefly address some of the other concerns that came up. With regards to internet law, and also I think by extension political films, by the person who raised the question earlier, as far as the Workers' Party is concerned, we feel that the internet should not be subject to direct censorship. There should be other laws that should govern the nature of engagement on internet, as well as a certain amount of self-restraint. With regards to political films, we think such a legislation and classification is not necessary. We want to do away with it. And also to rein in the point about tertiary students feeling unable to have a reaction or input with regards to the fee issue. I want to highlight to you that it is the Workers' Party's position in its manifesto that tertiary fee increases should be submitted to an independent watchdog to whom the relevant tertiary institution have to show justification for the rise, given the fact that tertiary institutions are, the number of them are growing here in Singapore. And last but not least, about the issue of liberal democracy and also bread and butter issue. Until I'm on leave, so until 28th, I've worked for 8 years, 28th of this month, I worked for 8 years for one of the sister foundations, which is the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, and it's affiliated to the Free Democrat Party. And from our program work in the region, what is clear to us is it's very little that you can get on the ground as far as liberal democratic philosophy, whether it's political parties, NGO, or philosophy. I think the bottom line is really participation. People want to have a sense of participation. So our programs are largely implemented with that notion of participation, and we seek partners across the range of boards, across the range of inclination. So that clear-cut ideological, configuration or grouping are quite rare, actually, around the region, and Singapore included. That's my observation. With regards to bread and butter issues and politics and participation, I think it's not an either-or question. I think it's something that you try to engage holistically together. And perhaps you say you are going to join the university soon. Perhaps that process will allow you to come to an understanding that perhaps, bread and butter issues and participation would be things that we could look at together. Thank you.
Before the rest of the panel replies to that McCarthy-inspired question, are you a Liberal Democrat? Let's maybe get Viswa to talk about to talk about the challenges for media students.
Okay. Because I've got no comments on liberal democracy. I think it's too cheap, especially when we are about to have lunch soon. Okay. Was it Francis? Francis?
It was Francis.
Yeah, Francis. Journalism. See, it's very sad that as a student of journalism you can't practice it. It's very, very sad, and I hope it'll change. There's nothing much we can do right now. If it is a rule, I'm not sure whether it's a hard and fast rule, but it's something that I think needs to be addressed continuously. But as long as you're a student and want to remain a student, I suggest you follow the rules. No, I mean, it's sad, but that's the way it works in Singapore. You asked a very important question. Should you should you what? Is it wise to devalue the grades and be political activists or politically active, or pass exams and be gutless? First of all, I'd like to believe that the two are not mutually exclusive. The two goals are not necessarily totally inconsistent with each other. There's a lot of tension between the two, but I think part of the process of being a journalist is to deal with that tension. And if you want to be a journalist, then I think this is the first thing you've got to grapple with. A good journalist is smart. He hopes to stay the cause. So he needs to know when to pull his punches. And that's important. He needs to be able to survive the system. He needs, therefore, to understand the rules and regulations, whether it's explicit or otherwise, in that environment he's operating in. If you're operating in an environment called Singapore, you need to know how to survive here, because you want to stay the cause, and when you throw the punch, you want to know that it lands. And you need to know when to pull it. And this actually applies in any society. The difference between Singapore and many other countries, and the USA, for example, is that we don't have legislation like the First Amendment to protect us. You're a member of the media. But that makes it even more challenging for us. But you have to be strong-willed. But more than strong-willed, actually, you have to be smart. Stay the course. I'm emphasizing that so that you understand that if you are not smart, if you don't understand the rules, and if you don't understand the regulations, broader regulations governing the state, then you'd end up in trouble. You could get expelled. Final point, as you asked what I think you should do, I think you should strive to get your degree. I think you should strive to get your diploma. If you want to succeed, sorry? Sorry? Who said that? Oh, that's Francis. Okay.
That's Francis. Yeah.
Sorry. Not enough carbohydrates. No, I can't see. Bread and butter issues, yes. In fact, the moment you said butter, I tell you, my stomach started rumbling. It's almost Pavlovian, you know, like many other things in Singapore. Francis, pass your exams for a simple reason. In this society, grades do count. If you have good grades, and good grades from a good university, trust me, more people will be prepared to listen to what you say. It's not about how much, it's not about how good it is what you're saying. It's your credentials. If you have credentials, especially if you have a PhD next to your name, Dr. So-and-so, somehow people listen to you better. But it doesn't mean that they speak better, they make more sense, huh?
And so now we turn to Dr. Gillian Koh.
Ayo, I better sit down and shut up. But I wanted to say that you feel that you are making compromises. You feel that some liberties are being curtailed. And Viswa said, well, recognize the context you're in. But actually, these kind of compromises happen everywhere, right? If you were to, well, your point was that, Viswa, that it's a political system that you're fighting. But even if you were to graduate with a PhD, you go and you join Rupert Murdoch and you run his outfit as a journalist come manager, you will find that you'll be making same compromises. So you have to find a place where if you hold to those certain ideals, then find a place that you're comfortable with, right? Now, on the broader political system in Singapore, in that case, then if you feel that that's too restrictive or whatever, hypothetically, then, are there others who are like-minded? If there are others that are like-minded, then what can you do about it? And really, ideals drive us, Nobody is saying that Lee Kuan Yew, the PAP, the late Mr. Rajaratnam, wasn't driven by ideals. They have certain ideals, right? So it's not just bread and butter pragmatism. At the heart of it, there are also ideals. So I would just say that compromises made everywhere. you know. But if you're talking about changing structure, then make your ideals count. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I look back at my university years, and we had the Singapore undergrad, which was the organ of the student body, as it were, the newspaper. I don't know if the political science department of NUS, Kenneth, has so far commissioned a research project, or somebody has volunteered to do this for an honest academic exercise, or whatever it's called these days, to study the quality of the articles, say the political articles, that these student newspapers have at the different universities in Singapore. Might be a good project for the students of journalism and all of that. My suspicion, and this is a very worrying one, is that as we have grown and evolved, as more bread and butter has come our way, some of the quality of the articles in the student newspapers, I think, has borne an inverse relationship in terms of its, substantive contribution to critical thinking. It worries me. I think my time, the student undergrad, if I remember correct, Chandra, I don't know, you remind me, if I remember correct, I was slightly older than Chandra, but I was one of the editors of student, undergrad, Singapore undergrad. I never remember a professor intervening or anybody intervening, In fact, what happened is we published the thing, and then Dr. Toh Chin Chai or somebody would call us up to his office and give us a hiding, scold us and, say this is bad, you shouldn't have done this, you want to make sure you keep your scholarship, I'm going to strip you of your scholarship. I mean, Kishore got told this by the minister, so I'm not sure what exactly is going on. I mean, on the one hand, we've been urged to push the boundaries, and we look to the young, because young Turks, there's a lot of indulgence that we normally look for young people, right, or give young people. I think it's very important. So I don't know. I think it's a very serious issue, and I want to address Ismail's point about, always being ahead of the competitors around us. A long time ago, the Roman guy Cicero, right, he said, how easy it is to be just powerful and entrench that power base and just perpetuate that power base. He said, what do you offer people? Bread and circus, right? In the Ciceroan formula, bread and circus. So bread is your bread and butter. Circus is all the distractions, IR included, right? All the distractions, crazy horse. You got all the distraction. It keeps on going. I mean, I think the very enslavement to a either-or mentality, and I'm glad so many of our, my colleagues have pointed the dangers of this. I think that's worrisome, because if we create an outlook or a mindset in which it is either-or, in my creative workshops that I go around, doing in Singapore and around the world, one of the things I say that one of the terrifying problems of an organization that wants to move from what Jim Collins would call from the good to the great is this entrapment that is provided by the black and white, grid. It's either this or that. Not necessarily. All right? I mean, there's no one that says you must have either bread and butter or liberal democracy. I'm not sure. Are there ways that we can find out? Maybe we should really think out of everything, not just the box, but think out of everything and come across, some very nice solutions, because so long as we always see it's either my job or my this, we're in trouble, because the balancing, negotiating factors and spaces are not there. One other very small thing, I've got another comment I want to make about this whole thing about student participation and everything else later and political maturity, but a very quick hint at where I'm going to later is to say that I also suspect, and I think Biswa is very right, know the playing field, right? But the mastery of language. If you have sufficient mastery of language, and if you have sufficient vocabulary, this is so important. I read student articles these days. I read, in fact, the actual articles by adults in our newspapers. I worry because the vocabulary seems to be diminishing all the time. All right? And if you can't think in terms of words, if you don't have the vocabulary to articulate, then no matter what you're thinking, you'll never express it, you'll never put it across. So this is why it is so important to be proficient in language, at least one language. And I think this is where Mr. Lee Kuan Yew has always said he values a person who has mastery of language. I remember he said that, all right, with regard particularly to Teo Hee Lian, right? Remember a long time ago? It was very, very important, because if you are good with words, you can move. And this is why Plato in his Ideal Republic was very nervous about poets, because they could work with words.
All right, thank you, Ejen, Ismail, Benjamin, and Francis, for your questions. Let's take another round. I think this gentleman over, were you not standing there for quite some time?
No, I think they were there first.
Oh, all right, then the gentleman.
Hi, my name is Clement. I'm a second-year sociology student in the US. I've got some questions here. Actually, the first is directed at Mr. Chandramohan. It's not exactly a question, but a comment as well. I think the recent fee hike, it got some of us really riled up. And I think, like at this point, I'd like to point something that I think student politics shouldn't be so much aligned along party lines, but just that general political awareness. And it's not so much, it should therefore not take on such a partisan nature, but just the whole notion of us being aware that politics is not for politics alone, but politics for social gains in a sense. Yeah, so one of the we had a couple of conversations with the provost and the president, and one of the things that we kept hearing from them was, oh, it's not for us to make a decision, that they have to go back to council. And one of the things that the students actually proposed was to actually have a student voice on, if it sounds a bit presumptuous, on anyways council itself, even if it's not a voice that carries a vote, but just at least a student voice. I thought I'd just bring it to your attention at this point. My second point is directed at Mr. Viswa and Mr. James Gomez. Viswa talked about the role of the mainstream media and how even within the OB markers, there is so much more laxity for us to move around. I'm a budding journalist, but I'm also a blogger. And I'm concerned that, what about alternative media? As we all know, there are restrictions placed on online content in a period that, in the run-up to the elections, for example, which some is saying next month or something. So, I mean, Mr. Gomez actually has a blog. So how does, with relevance to today's topic on general elections, how do you see then blogs with such restrictions would impact, the outcome of elections in a sense? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, this question is partly directed to Mr. Chandramohan and Mr. James Gomez. It's a question partially about constitutional law.
Would you kindly say who you are, please?
Sean again.
Sean again, of course.
Sorry,
yeah.
yes, me again. Question I have is this. I think I remain partially skeptical about the ability of the ballot box as an external check. I remain skeptical about the ability of the ballot box as an external political check, primarily because it's once every 5 years. And in that 5 years, a government, whether fiscally responsible or not, can do a lot of damage. If so, I think the question is this: why not simply reform the EP system? Because I think I do agree with my political science friend there. The EP system is a formal institutional check and balance that I think mitigates a lot of problems of the Westminster system that we actually have. So if so, why not simply reform it? Given that the EP has more than just a financial fiscal guardian duty, it's also, for example, a force against anti-corruption. It's a guardian of fundamental liberties. And in fact, if I'm not wrong, it's a swing vote for both the ISA as well as some arbitrary detention schemes. So if so, why not why not reform the electoral precedent? For example, the Presidential Election Committee, widen the criteria. Why not, for example, include Article 5 and Article 5(2)(a) finally into our constitution? I think, why abolish it, basically?
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Kevin Chan from SAJC, St. Andrews Junior College. And this is a very general question directed to any of the panelists. During the forum, the Singapore government has been compared to organizations such as Microsoft. And people in general do see Microsoft's monopoly of the computer software market as something morally wrong. So my question is this, it's very simple. Is the onus on the Singapore government to show the citizens of Singapore that they have a choice, they have alternatives in choosing their government? And, is all this morally wrong if Singaporean citizens do not see this choice? Thank you.
Okay. One more question. The guy, the gentleman in black. Yeah. Yes.
Hi, my name is Edward Chua of Year 1 Political Science. My question is to all the panel there, and they have mentioned the ideas of OB markers and of all the defamation suits. All these things are clear deterrents to any opposition party to come out to parliament, but come out for elections. And they also mentioned that they would like to have a more liberal society, and give more allowances. But because of all these markers and all these defamations, there's already like a clear deterrence for people to come up. So I would like to ask the panel up there whether they have any ideas for lessening the this such deterrence, like the OB lines. OBs are by definition quite vague in nature, and maybe an idea could be like to give warning first for people who cross all these lines, like taking the example of the bloggers making racist comments. Maybe warnings could have been issued to them first to remove all these comments from their blog before like actually suing them or anything. And defamation suits similarly, there could be more tolerance by the ruling party, and they could like issue warnings to the opposition to make a public apology before like going directly into defamation. Because humans are by nature emotional and we make mistakes. And looking at the political culture in Singapore, we are quite new and not that mature. So a lot of things we will not know and will not be very clear to us, as in a sense it would be our first time out in the political arena, so that all these so-called political intrigues will not be that obvious, and we will encounter a lot of pitfalls. So what suggestions do you have for lessening the limits or making it easier?
Thank you, Edward. Can we have just one more question?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean from SAJC as well. This is also a very general question. Now, student bloggers are sometimes asked to take down content by the school, although the content that they wrote on the blogs, even though none of it is technically offensive, opinions about their teachers, for example. Now, furthermore, after the case where the 3 bloggers were arrested for sedition, which is a rather serious charge, there's this general sense going through the Singaporean blogosphere, if you will, that they were being watched and that they will now have to be more cautious. So, my question is, are Singaporeans really being encouraged to discuss these issues? Is, let's say, the requirement for political websites to be balanced simply assuming that Singaporeans can't think and discern for themselves bias, for example? After we being educated in a culture of self-censorship, I'd be interested to hear panel's thoughts on this issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we'll take this in 3 steps. First, we'll deal with this question of suggestion of a student voice at NUS Council. Then we'll move on to what seems to be a very popular concern, the alternative media, and in particular the weblogs. And then after that, we'll ask this question about whether it is the government's responsibility to produce real choice for the people. And finally, maybe some comments on reform of the electoral presidency. So the first one, maybe Chandra Mohan, you might want to say something about the student voice.
Yes, I think as far as student voice is concerned, I speak for myself again as a council member. I think all of you are aware that we are going autonomous with effect from April. The Ministry of Education, in a sense, controls universities in Singapore. It is state-run. SMU, I think is actually an experiment, a bit much more liberal, I would say. As far as Nanyang Technological University and NUS is concerned, now we have got, it has been corporatized. It is not by virtue of an act of parliament now, as in NUS Act or NTU Act. So it's corporatized, it is under a company limited by guarantee. So when it is corporatized, there's more liberal ways given to the university, and that would include University Council. You have the University Council, you have the University Senate. The Senate deals with all academic matters. We in the Council, we don't interfere too much with the day-to-day activities of the university. That's left to the administrators, the management, and that is the president, formerly known as the vice chancellor. He's called the president now, and the provost, etc. So in council, we do discuss. And besides student power, there is also the alumni power. And I've always advocated these two into wherever where it's possible. I try and imbibe in them a sense of wanting good feedback, dialogue sessions, and even empowerment to the alumni body and to the student body. In certain areas, I'm a bit more successful than in other areas. I think what is important is, as students, you all must be idealistic, and you must bring it up to the relevant authorities, whether it's the president or even directly to council. You can write in to us. I'm quite liberal about it. Again, I'm speaking for myself. I think it's healthy. Kopa was mentioning about the undergrad and all in the old days. I think we were proud as students and got involved. And the best time to get involved in all these activities would not be when you are a senior civil servant or a fairly senior lawyer like me, because you get a little stale. It's when you're young and you're idealistic. That is the best time. And if you don't have that when you're in your, from 19 to say 25 or so, I'm afraid it might be a bit too late. So you all must have that idealism, and like Nike says, just do it. And of course, like Vishwa says, you've got to be a bit careful, but do it wisely. And as Kirpal says, use of language. So you can see there's a lot of wisdom here, a lot of advice, but how to go about doing it effectively is another thing. It's an art, I think. And all of you must be brave enough, because all the powers that be and the powerful people today probably were dissidents in their younger days. Probably, not all. And they would have been politically active. They would have been student leaders, and it's in your blood. And I think they would have within the recesses of their minds and hearts and brains and what have you, that idealism too. Once I remember telling Professor Jayakumar, actually, professor of law, he was my professor, he was my dean, and he was a minister for law. And I was the president of the Law Society, and he bought us lunch with all the ministry officials, etc. And I told him once, in a sense, he has lost his idealism. And he was a constitutional lawyer. But you see, he was in a position as a minister. It's not easy. So we people in other walks of life, in NGOs and all, must bring about that idealism. And I think that is very, very important. I wish if I were a student, I was active in student activities. But I wasn't that active. I was, like I told you, in sports, etc. So I think you shouldn't worry that you even don't have that power, legally speaking. But express it. If you express it in a nice way, in a diplomatic way, I think the authorities would certainly look at all these things. And very often, whilst the university may want to do certain things, there are also other interests. There's also the Ministry of Education's view on the matter. So everywhere, like panel says, that there are compromises in many aspects of life. When I was the president of Law Society until today, there is a provision in the Legal Profession Act which says that if the Law Society wants to make comment on pending legislation, it can't, unless it is referred by the government to the Law Society to discuss the matter. So every year I've been raising it at the annual general meeting that this is an insult to lawyers. Right? I think we have to keep on trying, and you must keep on trying. But to be fair to the government, although they may have that piece of legislation, quietly a lot of pending legislation would be referred to the Law Society for their comments. So there is a compromise again. But I think that piece of legislation should go. And every time in Parliament, I've raised it a couple of times, I took the opportunity as an MP. I did not succeed because the rebuttal is all perhaps another time. So you must keep on bugging them, you know. So I think that's this one view I would like to express on this.
Thank you. Let's have some further comments on alternative media, blogging, and maybe some general comments on the OB markers situation. Anyone?
Yes, I have a blog. It's www.jamesgomeznews.com. And I've actually written about the impact of the impending elections on blogging. My view is online communications usually spikes up, goes up during elections. And it had started even in the days of the bulletin board in NUS. So late 80s, early 90s. So there was passing discussions. It was a close community, even in 92, 93. 92 by-election, 93 presidential elections. And when the internet went public, there was further discussion in 97. And always it's in the form of alternative reporting. And then discussions with the alternative reporting. So the peak was actually 1997. So when the legislation came in 2001, limiting discussions on elections issues, although it affected NGOs in particular, the volume of discussion online went down tremendously in 2001, although there was some alternative reporting, mostly anonymous. I expect blogging to increase the volume of traffic, but I'm not sure, because the political culture is also important, whether the fear factor would see a spike in online communication, even though the technology helps proliferate the number of people who have independent access for posting. So it's something that I think we have to see. And I'll just stop here.
Joe?
Just a quick comment. I think people resort to alternatives when what you have in the mainstream is not compelling enough. So I think more people will be looking for real information, which they consider real information, the truth in the alternatives, if the mainstream media is not seen as coming up with what is the truth. But having said that, I also agree with James that the penetration in the alternative media is not significant. Even if the curiosity factor is enhanced, I don't think the penetration is going to be significant to have a significant impact on the outcome of the election. So that's my honest to goodness truth. But it could have an impact on young voters as a constituency, but not in general. And I just want to add one more point to the earlier comments that were made about the rules and regulations in campus. I think one of the things we need to accept is, if you want to be part of a movement to institute change, I think you've got to be prepared to face some measure of a consequence. You know, nothing comes without bruises. You have to accept it. Sometimes you get hauled in, sometimes you get told off, sometimes you get detained. But I think the chances of you being detained are very, very, very limited. So let's not also use this fear factor as a crutch for inaction.
Okay, will blogging be a medium, an effective medium for self-expression? I think that was the key thing for me that I took away from the various questions. And what is its status now? Because there seems to be a lot of legal ambiguity, especially with regard to blogs. Now, you have mentioned the 3 bloggers who were hauled up under the Sedition Act. That is the extreme. And they were hauled up because they were very extreme. Lots of us have not read what they actually said. But I think if you did, then you will find it very extreme and beyond the pale. For some reason, as dreamers who get paid in think tanks, we managed to take a look at it. So that's the extreme. And we know where the boundaries are on race and religion. And that was hate language. And I'm sure none of you are suggesting that you want the freedom, absolute freedom, to do that. Now, if you argue along the lines that you want freedom of expression and it is a public good, it is a good as an ideal, you cannot then say in the same breath you should have the freedom of expression, and it should, if it does result in a riot, you should still hold fast to the fact that you should have that freedom, because it absolutely contradicts your rationale, right? You want the freedom of expression as a public good, but of course we let it run its course. It's turned out to be not a public good. It's been a bad, a public, it's been chaos, and it's not, you know, it contradicts that argument, right? Okay, But the Singapore government says we have a nip in the bud strategy, so we don't let it run its course to find out whether in the end it ends up being a public good or not. So that's the argument. But really, are we talking about that extreme, going to that extreme and wanting that freedom to have hate language on race and religion? No. So let's move away from that extreme case. In the case of somebody there who said, wow, now that they've hauled up 3 people on Sedition Act, we dare not use blocks anymore, everybody's cautious. Well, that is the desired effect. Let's be cautious about that extreme and stay away from that extreme. But beyond that, there is a lot of space. Now, what are the other prescriptions? Actually, Chandra should be the one talking about this, right? I'm not the expert, definitely didn't get the PhD on that. But since we also discuss that as a think tank, there are certain things, and Chandra, you will clarify as I go along the way. There's the defamation suits, right? Now, if you talk about policy, and you are actually exchanging views on policy, you do not get hauled up on defamation. Defamation, if it's personal, you get hauled up on defamation. So you know how to play it? Unauthorized publications, then that's yet another prescription, but you have to look very clearly, and if you take the time to look through all the details of that, you will find that you have really a lot of space to talk, especially students who want to voice, their views on certain things. There's actually a lot of space. So don't just use the sedition and the 3 bloggers and say, wow, everybody's fearful, cannot talk. Because you're not going there, right? So don't be extreme in your argument. And look at where the space is and how huge the space is. Finally, I remember PM Lee in the BBC interview, of course he was being toasted lah, They like to say, we got freedom, all that. But PM Lee said, if you want to discuss policy, let's discuss policy with you. Talk anything about policy. And it's a free-for-all. Talk about public policy, what is good, what is bad, what's better, what can we do better about it. And I will end on this, Kenneth. Liberal democracy, am I a liberal Democrat and all that? I think if we have the freedom to have, if we have the freedom for exchange of ideas, issues, interests mean if you are the agent, you have an issue about accessibility, things like that. I think we should have that kind of freedom. And if we are really interested in the bread and butter issues, all the more should we have that diversity. Because if we don't have a sharing of ideas, a sharing of concerns, understanding how China and India is going and having a space to discuss that, we will be left out of the market and we will not do well on the bread and butter issues. Right? So hence, the trajectory in Singapore is greater openness because the bread and butter issues demand it. Because even the present regime and government wants to know exactly who's hurting, where are the gaps. So it is actually in their interest to be open. The only segment is the professional politics partner, like James Gomez. That's where you have to start saying, well, what else can we loosen up on? Okay, so I just leave it at that, Kenneth, before you eject me from this seat.
No, I will never do that to you, Jill. But there was another question about whether the government has a moral responsibility to give the people real choices. Is this something that the government needs to do? So are there any particular responses on that? James, and then again.
Yeah, just also adding directly to what you said and also moving on from what Gillian said about participation. I think they are interrelated, and maybe I can share with you my personal experiences. Especially, I heard comments about people, wanting to participate and having, certain sort of hindrances. I've been sort of active from 1988 when I entered university. So quite a few years of that as a student, then later on as NGO. I joined the political party in 2001. So just a few years ago. And I think it's even in the 3 phases of participation and contribution, I think the biggest challenge has always been the people around me. at the institutions you are affiliated to, the organization where you work with, and and peers and stuff. So normally that is where the hindrance comes in. So I think you need to recognize that that would be a problem. So I think you need to negotiate that first level of obstacle. The second level of obstacle, of course, it comes to employment, affiliation with, you know, if you're a student or an employee at different kind of, let's say, NGO or tertiary institution, then the other caveat that you need to bear in mind is that you will be blocked. And normally they block you by using notions of non-partisan. They will use terms like non-partisan to block you because they will claim you are partisan, as opposed to be multi-partisan and inclusive. So I found over the 18 years the use of non-partisan term has been used as a term to exclude. And even when they exclude, the pattern is usually like this. The fact that you're partisan would be the last argument they put forward. Of course, they will include several rational arguments up front as to why you should not be part of this organization or not participate in this activity, and so on and so forth. And this is real. And the most important part is for you to accept that this actually happens and operates, because Singapore is so small. And the fact that your participation or activity is considered at that level means somebody feels that you should participate at the activity or be a member of the organization. So which means you actually have a sponsor. But when the sponsor puts forward your name or your activity to the larger group organization, and then you have rejection. And the part that you have to bear with is you will know actually who are those who rejected you, because Singapore is so small. So that is what you have to come to terms with. If you can come to terms with that and you can understand Singapore, I think you have a good understanding on how to operate. So that's just personal experience.
Thank you. Well, before I address the question on the onus of government to remove the monopoly or give us more choice, I maybe add a bit more to what James was saying about labeling you as partisan if they want to shut you up. To a lesser extent, since I haven't started an opposition party or belong to one, we as NGOs have experienced this. The standard reply from government if they want to turn you down is you represent a narrow interest group, whereas we see the whole picture. And I have brought this up before. I think it's we should not apologize for seeing a narrow interest group. Every individual has their own individual perspective. And it's when we put this together that we get the whole picture. And I do not think the government can have the whole picture. And even if they do, they only have it from one perspective. So what I feel is important is if you have a view, you feel strongly about it, you're not sure whether it is a good view or not, whether it's too extreme, I think you can network amongst yourselves. And this is how a society develops a sense of, I mean, if everyone, all the people whom you respect, whose opinions you feel are worthy, think it's way out, then maybe you should rethink it, but not necessarily. If you still believe in it, I think you should stick to it. This is what I think is important about diversity. Having a diversity of views, maintaining them, but connecting with other views, not just sticking out like a sore thumb on its own. Now getting back to, I think it was Colin who was asked about, is it the onus on government to give us more choices? Well, the short answer to that is no. I think it's the onus of society to push for it. Of course, a good government will recognize that it's important not to be monopolistic, to have choices. But you see, in Singapore, we have a situation where the government is interchangeable with the PAP. And certainly you don't expect one party to create opportunities for another party. I think it's a bit much to ask of any political party, even the PAP. So yes, a government should create opportunities for different views, but unfortunately, the government, no matter how good it is almost synonymous with the PAP. So we as society will have to press for it. And I think the ruling party wearing their government hat rather than their PAP hat will recognize this and should loosen up.
Yes, Jim.
I don't know how you view this, but really admitting for diversity in Parliament isn't the NCMP scheme, the NMP scheme, that there is the platform in Parliament to bring up alternative interests and agenda. Just, so just a teaser, huh?
I just wonder if anyone has anything more at all to add to this, the question on reform of the elected presidency, or have most things been already said?
Yeah, just to add on, I think it was to look at how the elected presidency could supplement the in-between election period of the parliament, I think there are other institutions that we can depend on. Civil society, which has plenty of opportunity to develop and grow in Singapore, that's one option. If you have Freedom of Information Act, where citizens get access to information and can demand information from the state, that is another one. And also other things like the media that we talked about, that could also be a watchdog, a human rights commission. The list goes on. So I don't think we need to just look at one institution as such. I think there's a plethora of institutions that we can look towards fulfilling that function.
Thank you. Before we break for...
Kenneth, if I may just go back to the question of moral choices. I think it's important. I mean, I'm not with the PAP or in the PAP or anything of that sort, but if I were, I'll sometimes feel like Gulliver in Lilliput land, huh? Because in Lilliput land, all kinds of things happen. The big enders were fighting the small enders. All kinds of, polarizations were taking place, and he was looking at all of this with a sense of bemusement, And I think that's one very clear indicator that that sense cannot last forever. I gather that there are worries about, Singapore becoming an apathetic sort of population, a complacent population, a fear-filled, sort of mindset. I think we are a nation of schizoids, and the whole idea of anonymity, which I spoke about just now, even blogging, is that instead of coming up forward in your schizoid life, we blog, right, in our schizoid lives. And I think this is a very real problem. If we want to up the stakes, to use, MM's former language, I think the stakes today are very different. Because in terms of the material pursuits, there can never be an end to them. Butter, then jam, then honey, then special honey, then extra refined virgin oil, etc., right? It just keeps on going. But the point is, at which point are you going to say, maybe it's time to pause? Everybody nowadays is saying pause. I mean, as we were coming to the forum today over the radio, they were talking about this guy who's saying it is very important for psychological and emotional health and for quality of, for preserving quality of primary relationships, to switch off our mobile phones, to forget about the fact that email runs our lives these days. Because, there was a case of this guy who in his most intimate moment found that the wife underneath him was actually reading an email on the BlackBerry thing. And this was on BBC News today, right? This morning at 8:30. So, well, I mean, this is very, very serious. I think what I'm getting at is that, the example of Gulliver's Travels is very important, and that's to my point. There are many institutions which we need to look at very, very carefully. And I like to see myself broadly also as an educationalist. I think there is, in some sense, I'm not sure, I haven't proven this is my problem with statistics and data, but the decline in vocabulary and the decline in imagination, I think, almost runs hand in hand with the decline of the study of literature in our schools. You see, in schools, in education, we study a whole, spectrum of subjects. Now, most of these subjects would be in this rough format. This is what happens when erosion takes place. This is what happens when mass and volume get intermixed. So the student has nothing but to absorb. That's the absorption part. But in literature, somebody says, well, this is what this poem says. What do you think? Now that critical base of, the operatus mundi of our, of our educational setup, if we have that, right? Because if students begin to think for themselves, that's where we can have at least a modicum of real analysis that takes place. I think it's very, very critical because, I ask myself, why is it that enrollments in English classes, in Western countries, they call it English literature, for example, why are enrollments in these classes always on the increase? In Singapore, it's always on the decrease. I mean, in developed countries, developed economies, all right, the study of literature is passionately pursued by students. In fact, the whole idea of the liberal arts imagination, I mean, in Singapore, I'm sure at the top leadership level, they are talking about this. They are wondering whether it is absolutely critical. I was speaking to some people even from the medical faculty and medical fraternity, and they're saying that our doctors these days don't have the kind of necessary qualities that make a good doctor. Maybe they need to go the American way, go to an undergraduate program where they study arts and sciences, think about things and issues of life, reflect on them a bit, talk about passion. For example, you think of Gulliver's Travels again. In the last book, you've got Houyhnhnms and you've got the Yahoos. And someone said, well, the Houyhnhnms may have all the reason, but the Yahoos have all the life. Again, a dichotomy. So we are a very dichotomous, discontinuous sort of people and mindset, gazers. And this becomes a very critical problem. So I would immediately say, the sensibility that says that the subject like literature is totally irrelevant to the creating of a mature political citizenry, that mindset should be very seriously examined.
Thank you, Clement, Kevin, Edward, and both Sean's for those questions. We actually have about 7 minutes before we break for a well-deserved lunch, but I see people with questions. We can probably get 2 questions in very short ones and then very brief replies before, I really have to take Vishwa's hint about growling stuff, things like that. So let's have the first question from this gentleman here, and then the second. Very briefly, please.
Yep. My name is Michael. I'm a Singaporean who hopes to vote. And I'd like to raise a couple of short points for discussion because I'm feeling a lack of carbohydrates as well. Firstly, the first point is voter education. Do you think the voters here are thinking about how to use their votes? And is politics in Singapore personality-driven or party-driven? Next point is that when we talk and ask for a credible opposition, what do you think that we are asking for? Will we ever see an actor or a poet being elected into MP and accepted by Singaporeans? Thank you.
Thank you. And the second question? Last question.
Hello, I'm Chinmaya from National Junior College. It's not so much a question, but more a passing thought. Does Dr. Koh really think that the government balances self-actualization and bread and butter issues? Because I remember a comment which our Prime Minister made during the National Day rally that he sees an economic root in all problems. So do you think we are heading in the wrong direction in that sense? Thank you very much.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's start from Gillian and come down the row. If you have particular comments directed at these questions, please make them. If not, then just some final words, please. Thank you, Gillian.
Thank you. Does it seek to make that balance? No, not really. But that the bread and butter questions are something that governments are best equipped to deal with. The self-actualization one's about values. How are you going to fix values? The PAP does try. It does try, right? It's certain type of values, right? But that's not going to sit well with you. So really, they shouldn't be there, but they shouldn't be prescribing it. But having said that, they do offer a lot of platforms and forums where you can offer your views about where you stand in terms of your values, whether it's public consultation process or feedback unit or other sort of types of meetings. But I don't think they ever pretend to say that, they try to balance it. Yeah, it's the bread and butter issues they must deal with. And they're also responding to the ground. Hence my point is we get the government we deserve.
Thank you, Gillian. James?
Yeah. For the Workers' Party, we recognize that Singapore has as its anchor a very materialistic approach to policy making. We want to temper that with a more wholesome approach. So balance is very important. So many of our areas of the manifesto are motivated and shaped by that philosophy. Again, I invite you, if you do not have a copy, to read it online at www.wp.sg. For political party, whether it's leadership-based or personality-based, I think personalities add color to any organization, not just political parties. But I think a political party needs to have a good set of programs. And we in the Workers' Party have tried to elaborate on these programs and make it public. We note, and has been duly recorded at this forum, that there's only been an intermittent or very skewed discussion or presentation of the manifesto in the media. In the context of today's discussions on elections, I've tried to highlight some of the relevant parts for your awareness as well. Whether it'll be an actor or a singer, I'm not sure, but I do believe the NMP scheme has allowed for some of these interest groups. I believe we have a model. Yeah, perhaps that's an answer.
Thank you, James. Vishwa? All right, Chandra.
I think as far as voter education, I think we have a citizenry that's very pragmatic. I think our citizens are pragmatic. They may not be very vocal. They are quite private people, but you know, a coffee shop talk, and when you talk, and the intelligentsia, I think we have quite an educated population. So I think in terms of voter education, people are aware. They are probably resigned to the fact that there's nothing much you can do. So if alternatives are given, I think our voters are willing to watch and listen, but they're also very pragmatic. Unless there's something concrete, something fantastic comes out, they will still probably vote for the PAP, because the material wealth that is given within that constituency and all these incentives and goodies, they are pragmatic and they say, I want that too. Actually, they want the best of both worlds. So if there's some credible, strong, good opposition, I think they'll probably try and go for that. But the system might not allow that as it stands. So I think we need to re-examine the system. So coming to that, the opposition members who go into parliament and even NMPs and others should talk about the system and improve the system. But it's a chicken and egg situation where you talk about the system and improve the system, but when it comes to voting, there's more PAP members than others, so it won't get through. But constant harping and the mass media can help too. I think that is very important. Personalities, definitely, I think it does matter, the party, but the personalities do matter too. It depends who you are and how popular you are, and the connection. And I think these are reality, probably a reality in any part of the world.
Thank you, Chandra Mohan. Gaming.
Well, I think the panelists, other panelists have pretty well covered everything. I just want to end with a quote which I think would be useful for us to keep in mind, both the electorate and, of course, the government, which is that rather than just valuing what is easily quantifiable and measured, we should learn how to value what cannot be easily quantifiable.
Thank you, Gamin. And finally, Kefal.
Thank you, Kenneth. I think what Gamin has said is very, very correct. I often use the quotation that not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. I think it's very, very important to realize that added to the quantitative dimension, there's the qualitative dimension. For example, in Singapore, if I understand it right, if you took a bus or if you cycle, where for 25 years you've been driving a car, if a friend sees you or an acquaintance meets you and stops and says, or some people observe you, they will probably start saying, hey, what happened? How come the guy now riding a bicycle? Huh? He got no more money for his car. I said, what happened, you know? That's immediately the thought that rises, and that worries me, because the Singaporean imagination doesn't, in the first instance, it may come in the second or third instance, but doesn't in the first instance even entertain the idea that he may have decided to take a walk because he likes walking, or he might have decided to ride a bicycle because it's a real choice that he's exercising, and not because of deprivation, or not because of some kind of, impoverishment in his material circumstances. I think that's very, very fundamental. I think the more we engage, the better it is for everybody. In a very strange sense, I'm reminded of the quotation by George Burns. He said that I was married by a judge. I now wish I had called in the jury. Now, I think this is very, very important, because I think if we may have the metaphoric sense of transformation in terms of the politics and the citizenry, and there's a marriage taking place, I think it's very, very critical that it's not just taking place in the presence of a judge, but there's also a jury that advises, guides, and perhaps at some point admonishes as to the directions that should take place. I think we need to really ask ourselves, when we pitch ourselves as a global hub, what do other people say and think of us? And I'm afraid, even as my little seminar that I attended yesterday showed, the majority of the people who are around, which are the intellectuals, were saying that Singapore has a pretty long way to go before we become politically fully mature and accepted as a politically mature people. Thank you.
Thank you, Kapal. And the real final speaker is Vishwa, who has changed his mind.
Oh, sorry. Not that I wanted to be the final speaker, okay. I think one of the sad long-term outcomes, in fact, what we are already witnessing to some extent, of not having enough elections, not having the opportunity to participate in election, to vote, is that we will slowly lose the capacity to make choices.
Yeah.
And I think as a society, we don't know how to make choices when you're confronted with options. I think this is something you will realize, this is something I realized when I went abroad to study. When you go to the supermarket, in Singapore, you just had one type of cheese called Kraft at that point. When you go to the supermarket in the USA, you're confronted with about 35 different types or brand names. And I found myself standing there, not being able to decide what to do. In the end, I didn't buy cheese. No, but there is a serious point in this, It is really, you get rigor mortis. You get confronted because life is full of choices. Even in Singapore, life is going to be full of choices. We're going to be creating generations and generations of people who will not know how to make those choices. And when they make those choices, when they are forced to make those choices, they are likely to be erroneous. They are likely to make choices they will regret. So I think at least for those reasons, people should be given the opportunity to make choices, cast their votes during elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Viswa. We've all worked very hard this morning. I want to thank all of you for choosing to spend your morning with us. And I'd like especially to thank our panelists, Gillian Koh, James Gomez, Viswa Sadasivan, Chandra Mohan, Gaimin, and Kirpal Singh. So please come around. Lunch is served outside and it's a buffet, so plenty of choices to make. Make sure you make one or two at least. Thank you.